Have you ever wondered if early humans were not just living in a harsher world, but actually seeing a completely different one? A world where the night sky was overwhelming. The land was full of signals modern eyes no longer catch, and every sound, scent, and shadow could mean survival or death. What if the earth they knew felt stranger, larger, and far more alive than the one we walk through today? Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you enjoy ancient mysteries, lost worlds, and the hidden story of humanity. The world does not begin as a map. It begins as movement in tall grass, as shadow crossing stone, as the sudden silence of birds that means something large is nearby. It begins under a sky with no borders and over ground that does not stay the same for long. Coastlines lie far from where they now rest. Rivers divide and vanish. Forests spread into places that are now bare. Deserts retreat, then return. Ice presses down from the north like a second continent. In some regions, the air carries the smell of wet earth and animal herds beyond counting. In others, it carries ash, salt, cold, and the warning of distance. For early humans, the planet is not a settled background for human life. It is the great active presence in every moment, the force that shapes where one can walk, what one can eat, when one must leave, and whether the next horizon offers shelter or death. It is easy, from the safety of the modern world, to imagine that they looked out on a familiar Earth, only less developed, less crowded, less explained. That picture is comforting, but it is probably wrong. The deeper the record is examined, the stranger the past becomes. Early humans do not merely live in a younger version of our world. They live in a world physically different, biologically different, climatically different, and perhaps most important of all, differently perceived. The colours of distant landscapes may not change, the laws of nature may remain the same, but the lived reality of those laws could feel unlike anything most people experience now. The land is fuller of danger, yes, but also fuller of signal. The ground speaks through tracks, wind speaks through scent, night speaks through patterns, modern eyes barely notice. Distance is measured in stamina, in hunger, in memory, not in units. Time is not something displayed, it is something endured. Imagine a human group moving at dusk across a broad plain at the edge of the Pleistocene. There is no road, no fence line, no permanent marker to confirm direction beyond the land itself, yet the land is full of meaning. A line of darker grass suggests water beneath the surface. A scatter of broken stones reveals a place where tools were once shaped. The spacing of hoofprints tells whether a herd passed in panic or calm. The smell of dung on cooling air suggests animals nearby, but the lack of insect noise suggests a predator even closer. Nothing in this world is random decoration. Everything is information. What now appears to modern observers as empty wilderness may have felt to early humans as dense with signs, warnings, opportunities, and memories. A valley is not just a valley. It is where game bottlenecks in late autumn, where fog settles dangerously at dawn, where someone once disappeared, where flint can be found after heavy rain. Space itself is layered with remembered events. This matters because the modern human experience is shaped by insulation. Most people now move through environments built to reduce uncertainty. Streets are named. Light extends the day. Walls block weather. Sound is filtered. Food is stored. Threat is abstracted into headlines, forecasts, and numbers. Much of the world arrives pre-interpreted, labelled before it is encountered. The earliest humans have no such cushion. Their world is immediate in a way ours rarely is. That does not mean they live in constant terror, as older stereotypes like to imagine. It means their attention is disciplined by necessity. Their survival depends on a form of engagement with the environment that is difficult to recover from within modern habits of distraction. What survives in the record suggests not a life of simple instinct, but a life of intense environmental intelligence, and the environment itself is no passive stage. During long stretches of prehistory, sea levels are dramatically lower than today. Vast lands now drowned under shallow seas once stand open to migration, hunting, and settlement. There are broad plains where later generations know only water. Britain is not yet an island. Southeast Asia and the Indonesian shelf connect in ways now broken by rising seas. Human groups can walk into regions that later become separated by dangerous channels. The shorelines that define modern geography simply do not exist in the same form. A person standing on what is now coastal land may have seen not surf but rolling grassland extending far into the distance. Elsewhere, ice sheets lock away enormous volumes of water, altering wind, rainfall, and entire systems of life. The modern atlas is a poor guide to this reality. The animals deepen the strangeness. In many regions, early humans share the land with creatures whose size and presence are hard for modern minds to properly feel. Giant deer move through woodland openings with antlers spreading like living branches. Mammoths cross cold grasslands in family groups that reshape the land underfoot. Cave lions stalk without the silhouette familiar from Africa today. Giant ground sloths browse in the Americas. Woolly rhinoceroses carry the weight of another age. Even where the Great Ice Age giants are absent, the animal world is richer in abundance, migration, and direct encounter. The world is not merely seen. It is continually crossed by other large beings whose habits must be known in detail. To live here is to understand not only one's own kind, but the seasonal logic of entire ecosystems. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, if this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy. If the landscape is strange, the sky may be stranger still. In a world without electric light, darkness is not empty, it is full. The stars are not decorative points faintly visible through haze. They are overwhelming. The Milky Way does not sit politely above the world. It pours across it. Planetary movement is easier to notice over long periods. Seasonal stars become part of memory and movement. Lunar cycles matter in ways not always easy to reconstruct. Atmospheric phenomena, meteor showers. Eclipses, volcanic sunsets, and auroral displays in certain latitudes may all have registered with a force now dulled by explanation and by brightness. Scholars still debate how far early humans turned the sky into system, story, or calendar in the deepest periods of prehistory. But there is little doubt that they saw a night world far more vivid than the one most people know now. To say that early humans saw a different world, then, is not merely to say they lacked modern science. It is to say they inhabited another arrangement of reality itself. The world offered different coastlines, different dangers, different silences, different concentrations of life. Even familiar things behaved differently. Winters in some periods were harder and longer. Storm tracks shifted. Rivers wandered across broader floodplains. Forest boundaries moved over generations within living memory. In drylands, a region could become greener, then fail again. In fertile zones, abundance could draw both prey and competition. This was a world in motion, and human beings were moving within it, adjusting not once but constantly. That constant adjustment may have shaped consciousness in ways the archaeological record can only hint at. A modern person can ignore birdsong all day without consequence. An early human likely cannot. A modern person can lose a sense of direction and wait for rescue. Call for help. Consult a device. An early human often cannot. A modern person can remain largely unaware of the moon's phase, the smell of coming rain, the difference between old tracks and fresh ones. In prehistory, that kind of indifference carries a cost. Over many generations, attention itself becomes a survival tool, not mystical intuition, not some romantic supernatural power, but trained perception sharpened by long dependence on the world outside human construction. This is where the mystery becomes more than environmental, it becomes human. Because if the world was different, then the people moving through it were not merely us in rougher clothing. Anatomically, modern humans emerge deep in the prehistoric past, but anatomy alone does not settle experience. The same brain, placed in a different sensory world, organized around different risks and rhythms, may produce a very different sense of what matters, what time feels like, what distance means, and even what counts as normal. The evidence remains incomplete, but enough survives in bones, tools, pigments, hearths, cut marks, footprints, campsites, and ancient DNA to suggest lives of extraordinary complexity lived close to forces that modern people mostly meet in diluted form. There is also the matter of memory. For early humans, the world is not archived in books or screens. It is stored in bodies, roots, repeated actions, and stories tied to place. A hill may hold the memory of ancestors not because names are carved there, but because generations return and repeat what they know. A river crossing is remembered not as coordinates but as danger at thaw, safety in late summer, fish when the water warms, death if fog comes too early. This gives the environment a density modern landscapes often lack. The land is not scenery, it is a living record. To lose access to a place is to lose a portion of knowledge itself. And places can be lost. Glaciers advance, water rises, plains drown, grassland becomes forest, forest becomes steppe. Volcanic ash remakes a region in a season. Drought can break a pattern held for centuries. One of the deepest truths of prehistory is that human life unfolds under repeated pressure from a changing world. Some groups adapt and move, others disappear into the silence of poor preservation. Some leave descendants across continents, others leave a few tools in sediment and almost nothing more. When modern people imagine the past, they often picture stasis broken by occasional catastrophe. The deeper human story suggests something else. Change is the default condition. Stability is temporary. This raises a difficult possibility. Perhaps part of what separates early humans from us is not only what they knew, but what they could still notice. Modern civilization extends power by reducing the need for constant awareness. That trade is enormously useful. It makes cities, writing, medicine, engineering, storage, law, and all the scaffolding of the present possible. But every gain carries some narrowing. The more reality is mediated, the less raw contact is required. Early humans may have possessed no hidden sixth sense, yet they may have lived within a fuller use of ordinary senses than most people now ever need. Their world presses against them without pause. The result may have been a form of presence that is now rare, not because the human organism has entirely changed, but because the conditions demanding it have largely vanished. There is a temptation to romanticize this. It should be resisted. Prehistoric life is often brutal, injury is common, Infant mortality is high, hunger is never far away, exposure kills, predators kill, other humans kill, knowledge can fail, weather can crush even the best adapted group. The ancient world is not spiritually pure or morally simpler, it is harder, yet hardness does not make it empty. If anything, it makes experience more saturated. The smallest signs matter more. The boundary between observer and environment is thinner. To wake in such a world is to wake into consequence. And that may be the key to the entire mystery. When we ask whether early humans saw a different world than us, we're not only asking about extinct animals, drowned coastlines, or colder skies. We're asking whether reality itself changes when every sound may matter, when darkness is truly dark, when food must be found rather than selected, when directions live in memory instead of infrastructure, when the horizon is not backdrop but future, and when the land is still large enough to humble every plan. The answer, at least in part, is yes. They do see a different world, because the world gives them something different to see. What follows is an attempt to move carefully through that lost reality, not to invent fantasy, and not to flatten prehistory into dry data, but to examine how human beings once lived inside an Earth that modern people only partly recognize. Some of that difference lies in climate and geography, some in animals and sky, some in the human body and brain, some in memory, movement, fear, and adaptation, and some lies in the unsettling possibility that much of what once felt obvious to human beings has become difficult for us even to imagine. The traces are broken, scattered, and often frustratingly incomplete. No single explanation fully accounts for the gap between their world and ours, but the gap is there. In old shorelines beneath present seas, in tracks preserved under ancient ash, in butchered bone, in ochre stains, in the architecture of the hand, and in the long record of human survival against odds that feel almost inhuman from a modern distance. A different world still flickers. It waits not in myth alone, but in sediment, in ice cores, in pollen, in stone, in isotope signatures, in vanished lakes, and in forgotten routes once followed under constellations unchanged by millions of years, and yet seen with eyes trained by a harsher earth. To follow those traces is to approach a version of humanity still close enough to recognize and far enough to remain mysterious. They are human. The world is Earth. And yet almost everything about the meeting between the two seems larger, sharper, less protected, and more strange than the life most people know. That strangeness is where the story begins. If early humans move through a world more changeable than ours, they also move through it with minds and bodies tuned to demands most modern people never face. This is where the question becomes more intimate. A different world is not only made of ice sheets, vanished plains, and giant animals. It is also made of the way the eye notices motion at the edge of vision, the way the ear separates hoofbeats from wind, the way the nose catches water, decay, smoke, or herds scent long before anything appears on the horizon. To understand how early humans may have experienced reality differently, it is not enough to picture a prehistoric landscape. One has to imagine perception itself under pressure, sharpened not by romantic fantasy but by daily consequence. Modern life rewards attention in strange bursts. A screen flashes, a signal arrives, a voice interrupts, a vehicle brakes, a door opens. Perception becomes selective in ways shaped by clutter. Much is ignored because so much can be ignored safely. In prehistoric life, that margin is far thinner. There is less noise in one sense, but more importance in what remains. A snapped twig in darkness may not be background. A sudden silence in insects may signal a larger disturbance. A line of birds lifting all at once may reveal movement hidden by terrain. What survives in the record suggests that human survival depended on recognizing patterns spread across sound, smell, movement, weather, and trace. None of this requires imagining early humans as superhuman. It requires only taking seriously what ordinary senses can do when trained over a lifetime in an unforgiving environment. Vision offers a useful place to begin, because modern people often assume sight is universal and fixed. The human eye has not transformed into a different organ over the short span separating recent prehistory from the present. But the use of sight is not biologically identical across environments. Attention changes, practice changes, the brain learns what to extract. Hunters, trackers, and people who spend their lives outdoors often notice details that urban observers do not even register. They detect disturbed vegetation, changes in bird behavior, slight irregularities in the ground, or movement so brief that others miss it entirely. Some of this ability has been documented among living tracker societies and skilled outdoors people, whose observations can seem almost impossible until one realizes that they are reading a surface modern eyes have stopped treating as meaningful. In that sense, early humans may have lived in a visually richer world not because there was more to see in absolute terms, but because more of what was visible mattered and was therefore learned. The same is true of distance. Modern people often misjudge how far they can walk, how long they can travel without resupply, how terrain alters effort, and how weather changes the meaning of a route. For early humans, these are not secondary calculations. They are embedded in life. A slope seen from afar is read not only by shape, but by what kind of stone lies there, whether it holds shade in afternoon heat, whether game trails cross it, whether loose ground will slow a loaded return. The horizon is not scenic, it is full of decisions. A person repeatedly trained by such conditions may come to experience space less as abstract extension and more as a field of practical possibilities. The land is not empty between points. It is a dense structure of usable and dangerous features. Hearing, too, likely carried more weight than it does for most people now. In modern settings, humans live inside a nearly continuous wash of engines, ventilation, voices, machinery, electrical hum, distant traffic, digital alerts. Such sound does not merely add noise, it teaches the brain to discard enormous amounts of auditory input. In prehistoric landscapes, soundscapes are different. They can be loud with wind, insects, water, storms, or animal calls, but they're not packed with the same kind of constant artificial clutter. This makes absences more noticeable and directional cues more meaningful. The quality of a stream can indicate season or recent rain. The calls of certain birds can reflect disturbance. The movements of a herd at night can travel over long distances under the right conditions. Scholars still debate the exact extent to which prehistoric groups built systematic sound knowledge into daily practice, but no single explanation fully accounts for their survival, except sustained skill at extracting information from environments that spoke in subtle ways. Smell is perhaps the most underestimated sense in modern discussions of the human past. Humans are often described as poor smellers compared with many mammals, and in absolute terms that can be true for certain types of scent detection. Yet this comparison can be misleading. People are far more capable of using smell than many modern societies tend to assume. Human beings can learn environmental odors, body odors, smoke variations, wet earth before rain, water sources, plant decay, and animal presence with greater sensitivity than everyday indoor life encourages. In a world without sealed buildings, deodorized surfaces, and constant synthetic fragrances, smell would have been part of orientation. The faint odour of rot near water, the sharpness of dung on warming air, the presence of old smoke from another group's hearth, the changing scent of one's own camp after rain. All of these could carry information. The evidence remains incomplete because scent does not fossilize in the usual sense. But logic, ethnographic analogy, and environmental necessity all point in the same direction. Early human worlds were probably far more olfactory than ours. This sharpening of ordinary perception may also have affected memory. Memory in literate societies often offloads itself onto objects. Notes, maps, archives, recordings, signs, lists, timestamps, databases. Information lives outside the mind, and the mind adapts accordingly. In pre-literate worlds, especially mobile ones, memory remains bodily and social. To know a place is to remember a route, a waterhole, a seasonal clue, a shelter site, a predator path, a plant patch, a source of toolstone, a dangerous crossing after rain, and the story of when those things failed before. This is not memory in the ceremonial sense alone. It is logistical, ecological, and constant. A landscape known well enough to move through safely becomes almost an external extension of the mind. It is possible that early humans experienced place less as anonymous terrain than as a web of remembered relationships. Modern people sometimes glimpse this in neighborhoods known since childhood, or in rural routes learned deeply over years, but the prehistoric version may have operated at a far larger scale and with far greater consequence. There is also the matter of darkness. Modern darkness is rarely fully dark. Cities spill light over great distances. Even in smaller towns, illumination leaks into the night, shaping sleep, attention, and fear. Early humans live with darkness in a far less moderated form. Fire pushes it back only in a small circle. Beyond that glow, the world resumes. This likely changes not only what can be seen but how seeing works. Eyes adapt. Patience increases. Sounds matter more. Peripheral movement becomes more important. Firelight itself creates an unstable visual environment, full of flicker and shadow, which may intensify alertness as much as comfort. In such conditions, night is not merely the absence of day, it is a distinct mode of reality, and groups that endure it for generation after generation may structure behavior, memory, and even imagination differently because of it. One should be careful here. There is a long habit of imagining ancient people as somehow closer to nature in a mystical sense, as if hardship automatically grants spiritual depth or primal wisdom. That is not the claim. The more grounded observation is that repeated interaction with consequence changes cognition. A person who must read tracks to eat, read clouds to move, read silence to survive, and read the habits of animals to avoid walking into danger, will build different habits of attention from someone whose daily life is buffered by infrastructure. This does not make one kind of mind superior in every way. It makes them adapted to different worlds. Early humans are not incomplete moderns. They are full humans, excellently fitted to conditions many modern humans would find almost unreadable. There may even be subtle anatomical stories within this. Human bodies retain traces of long adaptation to endurance, throwing, carrying, scanning terrain, regulating heat, and coordinating group movement. The shoulder, hand, pelvis, foot, and inner ear all speak to a species built not for pure speed or brute strength, but for long movement through varied environments. The eyes face forward, useful for depth and target tracking. The neck and trunk stabilize vision during walking and running. Sweating allows prolonged exertion in heat. These traits long predate recent prehistory, but their meaning depends on how they are used. For a mobile hunter-gatherer group, the body is not simply present in the landscape, it is a refined instrument for reading and surviving it. When that instrument is exercised daily in demanding conditions, ordinary perception may reach levels of practical precision that now seem unusual only because they are less commonly required. Early childhood likely matters here as well. Modern developmental environments are full of enclosed spaces, fixed schedules, controlled temperatures, and constant human-made signals. Prehistoric childhood unfolds differently. Children in foraging societies often learn through observation, imitation, exploration, and gradual participation in adult tasks rather than through formal instruction alone. This can produce a kind of knowledge that is difficult to translate into explicit rules. A child learns how a storm smells before it breaks, how certain birds react before larger animals move, how the ground changes near hidden water, how a familiar route feels underfoot when something is wrong. Such learning is dense, local, and cumulative. By adulthood, perception may be structured by thousands of practical micro-observations absorbed so early that they feel like instinct even though they are learned. What looks effortless from outside is often the visible edge of immense stored experience. There is another layer that modern people often underestimate: group perception. Early humans rarely face the world as isolated individuals. They move in bands, families, cooperating groups. Information is shared quickly through glance, gesture, pause, and movement. One person notices tracks, another hears disturbance, another recalls a water source, another interprets weather. The group becomes a distributed sensing system. This matters because the world need not be read perfectly by one mind alone. Perception becomes collective. The result may have been a lived environment richer than what any one person could carry, yet still immediate enough to feel directly known. In this sense, the prehistoric world is not just more demanding, it is socially interpreted in real time, with survival depending on coordinated awareness. The surprising detail is that some echoes of this older perceptual world still appear today whenever modern buffers weaken. Skilled trackers can identify sex, age, pace, burden, injury, and behavior from footprints that others barely notice. Experienced herders or hunters can hear differences in animal movement that outsiders cannot separate. Rural communities without constant light can read weather, season, and even time of night from stars, wind, and temperature shifts with remarkable accuracy. Sailors, desert travelers, and forest peoples often display similar competencies. These are not fossils of a lost mental species. They are reminders that the human sensorium remains capable of much more than many modern conditions demand. In that sense, the prehistoric past is not wholly inaccessible. Pieces of it survive in capacities still present, though often neglected. Yet a limit remains. We cannot fully enter their experience because our lives begin so differently, and because their world itself is gone. The animals are fewer, the coastlines have moved, the sounds are altered, the sky is dimmed, the rhythms of hunger, travel, and risk have changed. Even if a modern person were dropped into a wild landscape, they would arrive with habits shaped by maps, clocks, artificial light, and inherited assumptions about safety. Early humans did not merely know different facts. They inhabited a reality differently organized around attention. The evidence for this is indirect, but it accumulates from many directions. Bodies built for movement, sites structured by repeated environmental use, tools carried across distances, seasonal occupation patterns, ethnographic parallels, and the plain logic of survival all suggest the same thing. Their world is not only more dangerous or more beautiful, it is more legible to those trained by it, and more opaque to those who are not. That difference may be one of the most important divides between their lives and ours. A modern person often trusts systems first and senses second. Early humans are likely forced to reverse that order. The senses are the first system. Memory supports them. Group knowledge refines them. Culture teaches what to notice. The land confirms or punishes mistakes. Over time, this produces people whose ordinary acts of looking, listening, smelling, and remembering are inseparable from survival. They do not stand apart from the environment and analyze it in detached terms. They move inside it, continuously adjusting, continuously reading. So when we say their senses may have been sharper, the phrase should not conjure superhuman acuity and some vague prehistoric glow. It should call to mind a human being crouched over faint impressions in drying mud, noticing the depth of one print and the angle of another, understanding from almost nothing that a wounded animal passed recently, and that following it before the air cools could mean food for many. It should call to mind a person waking before dawn because the wind has changed, and knowing from that change that the day's route must shift. It should call to mind a group pausing not because anyone sees danger clearly, but because something in the soundscape has become wrong. These are small things by modern standards, but they may have defined an entire mode of being. And if perception was shaped this deeply by environment, then the next question becomes even larger. What exactly were they perceiving out there, across the plains, forests, coasts, deserts, and ice-rimmed valleys of prehistory, because sharpened senses alone do not create strangeness. They only reveal it more fully. The world itself still has to be faced, and the deeper one looks into that ancient landscape, the harder it becomes to mistake it for the one we know. The strange power of early human perception only matters because the world gives it so much to absorb. Strip away the roads, the field boundaries, the dammed rivers, the fixed harbours, the drained marshes, the cities that announce where human importance lies, and Earth begins to look less stable, less finished, and far less familiar. The deep prehistoric world is not just emptier than ours, it is physically arranged in other ways. It breathes differently. Water sits in different places. Grasslands open where forests now stand. Forests spread where modern people expect open country. Wind crosses exposed plains that no longer exist. Entire shelves of land now buried under shallow seas once carry animal herds, human feet, and temporary camps whose traces are long drowned. For early humans, the planet is not yet the version later civilizations inherit. It is a shifting surface still reorganizing itself in ways visible within lifetimes and devastating across generations. Sea level is one of the clearest places to begin, because modern geography feels so permanent. Coastlines seem like facts, islands appear naturally separate, narrow seas seem eternal. Yet during large parts of the Pleistocene, the locking of water into continental ice sheets lowers sea levels dramatically, sometimes by more than 100 meters. That number sounds technical until one begins to imagine what it means. It means the continental shelves widen into habitable land. It means gulfs shrink, channels narrow, and coastal plains stretch far outward from today's shore. It means that walking across regions now divided by water was once possible, or at least easier. It means the map hanging in the modern mind is badly misleading. Northern Europe, Southeast Asia, and many other regions are transformed by this alone. No single explanation fully accounts for every migration and settlement pattern, but lowered seas clearly open routes and create worlds that later vanish beneath rising water. One of the best-known examples lies between Britain and continental Europe. Today, the English Channel and the North Sea make separation seem obvious, yet for long stretches of prehistory, Britain is connected to the mainland by a broad lowland landscape, often called Doggerland. This is not a narrow bridge in the dramatic storybook sense. At times it is a substantial region of rivers, marshes, grasslands, and wooded areas occupied by animals and people. What is now seabed once holds movement, memory, perhaps repeated seasonal use. Fishermen in modern times have dragged up mammoth bones, worked flints, and traces of this lost world from the North Sea floor. Eerie evidence that the familiar edge of Europe is recent. To an early human standing there, nothing announces that this land will one day drown. It is simply part of the inhabited earth. Farther east and south, the Sunda Shelf joins parts of mainland Southeast Asia to islands that are now separated by sea. During lower sea stands, enormous areas of land emerge, creating expansive tropical plains, river systems, and ecological zones unlike the fragmented island geography visible now. This matters not only for migration but for the feel of the world itself. A coastline that today appears broken into countless islands may once have been a broader continuous landscape where forests, estuaries, and open areas connected in different patterns, while a sea, by contrast, remains a zone of deep water barriers, reminding us that not every modern island chain disappears into one landmass. Scholars still debate the details of movement through these regions, especially for the earliest human populations, but the wider point is firm. The geography early humans encounter in these zones is not the geography modern travellers assume. Coastlines are only one part of the story. Ice itself reshapes continents. During glacial periods, enormous ice sheets cover huge portions of the northern hemisphere. They grind rock, redirect drainage, alter albedo, push weather systems into new patterns, and create cold zones that influence life far beyond their immediate edges. But the world beyond the ice is not simply frozen. In many regions there are vast mammoth steppe environments, cold but productive grass-dominated landscapes stretching across large areas of Eurasia and Beringia. These are not the snow-blanketed wastelands popular imagination often conjures. They are complex ecosystems supporting bison, horse, mammoth, reindeer, predators, and human hunters. The land can be dry, windy, and severe, but also rich in large grazing animals. In that sense, even cold worlds can be surprisingly full. Then there is Beringia, that legendary but very real region linking Northeast Asia and Northwest North America when sea levels fall. It is often spoken of as a bridge, but the word can be misleadingly narrow. Beringia is at times a broad landmass, ecologically diverse, supporting plant and animal communities and likely human presence over long periods. It is not merely a corridor to somewhere else. It is a world in its own right. The image matters because it changes the emotional geography of prehistory. Instead of heroic crossings over tiny strips of land, one has long occupation within open northern landscapes later consumed by rising seas. The evidence remains incomplete, especially given how much of the region is now submerged or altered. But ancient DNA, archaeology, and paleo-environmental work all suggest a far more complicated and prolonged human encounter with this lost land than older simple migration narratives allowed. Climate swings deepen the instability. The Pleistocene is marked by repeated glacial and interglacial cycles, but these are not slow, gentle transitions felt only by geologists. Within those broad rhythms are abrupt events, regional fluctuations, and major ecological reorganizations, ice cores, pollen records, lake sediments, and marine proxies reveal climates capable of sudden change on humanly meaningful timescales. In some areas, rainfall patterns shift sharply. Lakes expand, then shrink. Grassland gives way to woodland, or woodland opens into colder steppe. In North Africa, the Sahara is not always the vast hyper-arid barrier it later becomes. There are humid phases when lakes fill, rivers flow, and grasslands spread across regions now associated almost entirely with desert, rock art, faunal remains, and sediment evidence point to greener Saharan worlds occupied by animals and humans in ways that seem almost impossible if one only knows the modern desert. That green Sahara is one of the great reminders that the prehistoric Earth is not simply harsher than ours in a uniform way. It is differently arranged. Places that are now difficult can once be habitable. Places that now seem fertile can become hostile. A modern satellite image tempts one to think in fixed categories: forest, desert, coast, mountain, river. But over deep time these categories slide. Lakes appear and disappear. Drainage systems connect and break. Monsoons strengthen and weaken. The same route that once offered water and game can later become a deadly dry stretch. Human populations must track these changes or pay for failing to do so. What survives in the record suggests repeated movements tied not to random wandering, but to shifting ecological opportunity. Europe, too, offers landscapes that modern people would struggle to recognize. During colder phases, great treeless expanses extend across large areas, while southern refugia preserve species and human populations through harsh intervals. During warmer interglacials, forests return, sea levels rise, and ecosystems reorganize again. River systems often behave differently because meltwater, sediment loads, and periglacial conditions alter their courses and floodplains. The Thames, the Rhine, the Danube, and other major rivers are not static lines waiting for history to begin. They are active forces in landscapes still in flux. The evidence for exact local conditions often varies by period and region, and scholars still debate the fine-grained timing of certain environmental changes, but the broader pattern is unmistakable. Prehistoric Europe repeatedly becomes another place. In the Americas, once humans arrive, they enter continents containing ecological combinations now partly gone. The late Pleistocene New World holds giant ground sloths, mammoths, mastodons, glyptodonts, dire wolves, American lions, and other animals that make familiar terrains feel less familiar. Vast grasslands, parklands, wetlands, and glacial margins structure movement differently than they do now. The Great Plains, the American Southwest, Andean corridors, and Amazonian fringes all have environmental histories more dynamic than older textbook maps suggested. Even the Amazon, long imagined in simplistic terms as untouched ancient wilderness or uniform jungle, has proven more complicated in both ecological and human terms, though the largest transformations there belong more to later periods and regional diversity. The larger lesson holds prehistoric environments are mosaics, not static backdrops. Australia adds another dimension. Lower sea levels expand the continent and link it with New Guinea into the larger landmass known as Sahul. Although water crossings are still required to reach it from Southeast Asia, Once there, early humans encounter a world inhabited by giant marsupials, enormous reptiles, and unfamiliar ecological rhythms. Interior dry lands, monsoonal north, temperate south, and fluctuating coastlines create a continent that is not reducible to its modern political shape. Human occupation there unfolds over immense time spans, through environmental changes that continue to challenge simplistic narratives. No single explanation fully accounts for every extinction, adaptation, or settlement pattern. But the ancient Australian world is clearly not just modern Australia with fewer people. Even within smaller scales, landscapes are often unstable in ways modern infrastructure hides from view. Rivers meander more freely without embankments, floodplains spread wider, wetlands occupy larger spaces, fire regimes shape vegetation across continents, influenced by lightning, climate, herbivores, and eventually human use of fire. Volcanic regions periodically transform whole ecosystems. Tectonically active areas shift through earthquakes and uplift. Shorelines can erode or build rapidly depending on sediment and storm patterns. In some places, permafrost, seasonal melt, or loess deposition changes the very texture of the ground people walk on. To live in this world is to inhabit a planet that still behaves with an immediacy. Modern states often spend vast resources trying to suppress. One of the lesser-known but striking details is how often entire habitable worlds have simply been removed from easy study because they now lie underwater, since many human populations are drawn to coasts, estuaries, river mouths, and productive lowlands. Some of the most important evidence for prehistoric life is also among the hardest to reach. Submerged landscapes preserve a kind of silence. Their campsites, pathways, foraging grounds, and burial places may exist. But beneath sediment and sea, this means the record of early human worlds is biased toward what remains above water. The evidence is not absent so much as inaccessible. That matters because it reminds us how partial our vision is. We are trying to reconstruct human experience on a planet that has hidden many of its most attractive ancient living spaces below the tide. So the world early humans see is not merely wilder, it is less settled in every sense. Shorelines migrate, ice advances and retreats, deserts bloom and fail, grasslands pulse across continents, forests contract and return, rivers redraw their own maps. The ecosystems surrounding human life are not fixed enough to become invisible. They force recognition. They make memory essential. A group that knows where the water was 50 years ago may still perish if the rains no longer come. A route used by ancestors may now lead into marsh, forest, open steppe, or sea. This is one reason the human past is filled with movement. Movement is not always ambition. Often it is negotiation with a world that will not stay arranged. And yet these landscapes are not random. They have patterns, cycles, tendencies, warning signs. Early humans survived because they learned to read those patterns better than any newcomer could. Their world may be unstable, but it is not unknowable. It offers clues in vegetation, animal behavior, snow, cloud, sediment, and smell. It rewards attention and punishes complacency. In that sense, the alien quality of prehistory does not lie only in extinct animals or vanished coastlines. It lies in the fact that the Earth itself remains a stronger visible force in daily life. Modern people still live on the same restless planet, but much of that restlessness is buffered, mapped, or postponed. For early humans, the motion of Earth is not hidden behind systems. It is the system. This is why imagining their world as a rough draft of ours misses the point. It is not unfinished modernity. It is a complete reality of its own, with its own roots, hazards, openings, and traps. The same hill may still stand, but everything around it can differ. The same stars may rise, but over another shoreline. The same species may think human thoughts, but within a geography that would feel disorienting to us from the very first day. Familiar continents exist, yet their edges, interiors, climates, and living communities are altered enough that even recognition becomes unstable. The farther back one goes, the less the modern world serves as a guide. And once the land itself is allowed to become this strange, another part of the ancient experience begins to sharpen, because if Earth is so different by day, then the sky above it, unfiltered, unlit, unexplained, must have felt even more overwhelming. Early humans are not only walking through lost landscapes, they are doing so beneath a heavens modern people almost never truly see. Night falls more completely in the prehistoric world than most modern people can easily imagine. It does not dim, it arrives. The last colour drains out of the land, the horizon hardens, and whatever fire a human group has managed to build becomes less a comfort than a small island cut from an enormous blackness. Beyond that circle of light there is no reassuring glow from distant roads, no haze of cities reflecting upward, no aircraft moving like patient artificial stars. The dark is deep enough to feel structural. It changes the shape of fear, the reach of vision, the meaning of sound, and above it, when clouds allow, the sky opens with such density and brilliance that the heavens cease to be background. They become one of the largest facts of existence. This alone may have made the world feel different in ways modern language struggles to recover. Today, many people live under skies so altered by light pollution that only the brighter stars remain visible. Constellations become diagrams in textbooks rather than lived companions. The Milky Way, for countless modern observers, is something seen on a photograph more often than in person. In the prehistoric world, by contrast, the night sky is a presence encountered again and again with overwhelming clarity. The arch of stars is not faint, it is textured. Dark dust lanes cut through it. Meteors flash with unsettling speed. Planets hold their brightness and move slowly enough over weeks and months for attentive people to notice that they do not behave like fixed stars. Seasonal changes overhead are not trivia. They are part of the deep pattern of life. This matters not because early humans necessarily understood the heavens in scientific terms, but because they could not avoid living with them. A clear night in a low-light world creates a relationship with the sky more intimate than the modern default. The stars help organize travel. They help mark season. They help anchor stories, expectations, and memory. A group moving across open land at night or before dawn may use rising stars as directional guides, long before there is any written astronomy. What survives in the record suggests that human attention to the sky runs very deep, though the exact forms it takes vary enormously across time and place. Scholars still debate how early systematic sky knowledge develops, and the evidence remains incomplete for the earliest periods. But no serious reconstruction of prehistoric experience can leave the heavens out. The moon may have mattered even more immediately. Its phases alter the practical texture of the night. A bright moon expands the visible world, changes hunting conditions, influences sleep, transforms the appearance of terrain, and may even shift the behavior of certain animals. A moonless night shrinks everything back to sound, firelight, touch, and memory. That rhythm repeats continuously. Given time a visible cycle that modern indoor life often blurs, it is possible, perhaps even likely, that many early humans felt the month more directly than most people do now, not as an abstract calendar unit, but as changing darkness, changing travel, changing vulnerability, changing opportunity. The sky is not separate from the ground. It shapes how the ground can be used. And then there are the sudden events, the disruptions that remind anyone watching that the heavens are not perfectly stable. Meteor showers tear briefly across the darkness. Fireballs blaze and vanish. Comets appear unexpectedly and remain for weeks. Lunar eclipses stain the moon and then release it. Solar eclipses, rarer and more terrifying still, interrupt the logic of day. In a world without astrophysics, such phenomena do not arrive as explainable anomalies. They arrive as events. One should be careful not to invent elaborate interpretations where evidence does not survive. Yet it would be extraordinary if such experiences did not leave powerful marks on memory and tradition. Even modern people, fully aware of orbital mechanics, still react viscerally to a total eclipse. For early humans, standing under a darkened sun or a blood-coloured moon, the event would likely have carried a force difficult to overstate. Volcanoes may have amplified this sense of cosmic instability. In regions affected by major eruptions, ash can dim the sun, stain sunsets, and alter the appearance of the sky for days, months, or longer depending on scale. Dust in the atmosphere can transform light itself, making dawn and dusk stranger than usual, bathing landscapes in colours associated not with beauty but with unease. Some prehistoric populations surely lived through periods when the sky itself appeared changed by distant geological violence. The evidence is often fragmentary when trying to link specific eruptions to specific human responses, and scholars still debate the scale of impact from some famous eruptions on early human populations. But there is no doubt that the sky in prehistory sometimes behaved in ways capable of unsettling even well-adapted observers. The sky also changes the emotional size of the world. During the day, horizons limit vision, hills interrupt it, forests close it in, mist hides it. At night, under clear conditions, the heavens offer a scale beyond any visible terrain. The stars suggest extension without boundary. The Milky Way suggests depth. This may sound philosophical in a modern way, but before philosophy there is simply sensation. Human beings with the same broad cognitive capacities as ours, sleeping under open skies for generations, would not fail to notice recurring order overhead. The stars wheel. Certain ones return in certain seasons. Some stay near the north while others rise and set. The moon waxes and wanes. Dawn brightens from predictable directions. Night after night, year after year, there is pattern. Pattern invites meaning. How early that meaning becomes formalized is difficult to say. Evidence for symbolic thought, ornament, pigment use, and ritual behavior reaches far back. But connecting those capacities directly to specific sky interpretations is much harder. Some Upper Paleolithic cave art has inspired arguments about star patterns or seasonal celestial markers, yet many such claims remain disputed. No single explanation fully accounts for the symbolic content of prehistoric art, and one must resist the urge to see astronomy everywhere. Still, it is equally naive to imagine that people who depend on cycles, migration, weather, and orientation somehow ignore the largest visible cycle of all. The safer conclusion is not that all prehistoric art is a star map, but that the sky almost certainly enters human meaning early and often, even when the record refuses to show exactly how. There is a subtler point here. Modern people often experience the sky as detached from immediate survival unless they are sailors, farmers, mountaineers, pilots, or others whose lives remain weather-bound. For early humans, The sky is closer to the body. Clouds matter because storms matter. Wind direction matters because smell, travel, and fire matter. Seasonal light matters because animal movement, plant growth, and cold matter. Dawn and dusk are not aesthetic categories. They are dangerous transitions when visibility changes and different creatures become active. A reddened morning sky or an unusual stillness before weather is not idle observation. It may alter the day's decisions. The heavens are therefore not only a source of wonder, they are a practical surface of signs. The night sky may also have reshaped human social life. Around a fire under darkness, conversation, story, warning, memory, and teaching take on another role. The visible world contracts, but the imagined world may expand. Firelight isolates faces and gestures. The stars remain above as a constant frame. If some of the oldest human traditions emerge in such settings, they do so not in neutral space, but in an environment where darkness presses close and the heavens remain visible. This does not prove that myth comes from the sky, or that every story encodes astronomy, but it does suggest that much of human meaning develops under conditions very different from modern indoor speech. Knowledge passed from elder to child in such a world is rarely purely abstract. It is tied to season, route, danger, return, and the visible order overhead. Another rarely considered difference is simple visual adaptation. People who spend much of their lives outdoors, exposed to dawn, dusk, moonlight, firelight, and true darkness, may perceive night conditions differently from people whose eyes are constantly reset by artificial brightness. They learn where stars rise relative to landforms. They learn how much light different moon phases provide. They learn the deceptive shapes created by shadow. They learn which sounds carry farther after midnight, which valleys trap cold air, which glints are water and which are stone. In this sense, the sky is never merely overhead. It is part of the operating conditions of perception itself. Then there is the absence of explanation. That absence should not be confused with ignorance in the insulting modern sense. Early humans are not blank-minded witnesses to cosmic spectacle. They are active interpreters, but their explanations, whatever exact forms they take, arise without telescopes, spectroscopy, or written celestial mechanics. The stars are known through repetition, movement, comparison, and memory. The moon is known through its effects. Eclipses are known through shock and recurrence. Comets are known as rare interruptions. This produces a sky experienced first as event and pattern, not as theory. In some ways that may make it feel more real, not less. Modern astronomy explains the heavens magnificently, but explanation can also create distance. Early humans may have lacked the equations, yet they possessed the uninterrupted encounter. It is worth remembering that this encounter extends across thousands of generations. A child learns the sky from older people who've already watched it through decades of migration, hardship, and survival. Seasonal stars may become linked with herd movements, weather turns, fish runs, bird arrivals, or safe travel periods. Over immense stretches of time, those associations can become embedded so deeply in culture that they feel inseparable from the world itself. Even if the earlier such systems leave no direct trace, later traditional societies around the world show just how richly oral cultures can map sky and season together. These analogies must be used carefully, because no living culture is a frozen window into prehistory. But they do reveal what human minds without writing can do when they attend to the heavens over long time. The less obvious consequence is psychological. A human life lived under a vast visible cosmos may feel different from one lived under ceilings and reflected city glow. This is not necessarily a matter of spirituality in any defined sense. It may be a matter of scale. The stars are always there, indifferent, regular, immense. Human movement below them is fragile, local, temporary. In such a setting, death, season, migration, and return may all be experienced against a stable celestial backdrop. The land changes, herds move, camps vanish, children grow, elders die, yet certain stars return exactly when expected. That continuity may have offered reassurance, but perhaps also gravity. The evidence cannot tell us exactly how prehistoric minds felt beneath the sky, and scholars still debate how far we can infer emotion from environment. But it is difficult to imagine that the nightly spectacle left no deep impression. And still, for all its order, the sky is not safe. Storm clouds erase it, lightning tears it apart, sudden winds make fire maintenance harder and travel riskier. At high latitudes or in certain seasons, darkness stretches or shrinks in ways that reshape sleep, hunting, and fear. In some regions, auroras may ripple unexpectedly across the north, turning the heavens into movement rather than fixed light. For a person who has never learned to separate atmospheric from celestial phenomena in modern categories, these displays are not mere curiosities. They are part of the living sky, a surface capable of calm repetition one night and astonishing disturbance the next. That is perhaps the best way to understand the prehistoric heavens, not as a primitive version of astronomy, and not as a blank canvas later civilizations finally learned to interpret, but as a daily reality that is practical, emotional, social, and immense at once. Early humans do not need modern science to know that the sky matters. They need only to live under it. They need only to move by it, sleep beneath it, fear beneath it, and watch it repeat. In doing so, they inhabit a cosmos far less hidden than ours, but perhaps also more mysterious because it remains so close. Once that sky is restored to its ancient force, the land below it changes again. Open plains no longer feel merely empty. Forests feel deeper. Mountains feel more isolated. Water under moonlight becomes both guide and hazard. And across those spaces move not only human beings but other creatures, many of them larger, strangy, and more formidable than anything most people alive today will ever face. To see the ancient world clearly, it is not enough to restore the stars. One must also restore the lives moving under them, the giants whose presence once helped define what Earth felt like to human eyes. If the sky makes the prehistoric world feel immense, the animals make it feel inhabited in a way that is now difficult to reconstruct without distortion. Modern people still live among animals, of course, but most encounter them in narrowed forms, livestock behind fences, pets inside homes, birds on power lines, deer at road edges, fish packaged after capture, predators reduced to distant symbols of wilderness, even in places where large animals survive. They exist within landscapes heavily managed by roads, firearms, barriers, and law. Early humans know something else. They move through ecosystems where the boundaries between human life and large animal life are thinner, riskier, and more constant. The world is not only alive, it is thick with beings powerful enough to kill, feed, displace, or follow them. Many of those beings are now gone. This is one of the hardest losses for the modern imagination to recover. The late Pleistocene and early Holocene worlds in many regions are populated by an astonishing range of megafauna, large-bodied animals that do not merely decorate the environment, but define it. Mammoths move across cold grasslands in herds, large enough to alter vegetation and ground underfoot. Mastodons browse in woodlands that no longer hold anything like them. Giant deer carry antlers with spans that seem almost ornamental, until one realizes they are very real and very heavy. Woolly rhinoceroses graze under steppe skies. Cave bears claim shelter spaces humans may also want. Giant ground sloths browse in the Americas with a slow, improbable mass. Glyptodonts move like armoured remnants from another experiment in life. Short-faced bears, saber-toothed cats, giant kangaroos, diprotodons, enormous flightless birds, and regionally varied predators give many landscapes a density of animal presence now erased. What matters is not only size but atmosphere. To live among such creatures is to inhabit a world where the scale of non-human life presses constantly against human plans. A mammoth is not simply a larger elephant. In a treeless, cold landscape, it is a moving hill of muscle, hair, tusk, and memory, able to destroy and provide in equal measure. A herd of bison on open ground is not picturesque. It is weather with hooves. Reindeer migrations are not background natural beauty. They are seasonal structure, food, movement, risk, and anticipation. Even smaller animals matter more when survival is close to the margin. But the giants dominate imagination because they reshape the land visibly. Their trails, droppings, carcasses, rutting grounds, and grazing patterns turn ecosystems into readable animal geographies. Early humans must know those geographies intimately. What survives in the record suggests that prehistoric people are often excellent observers of animal behaviour, not in the sentimental sense of admiring nature, but in the practical and exacting sense of survival. Hunters learn herd routes, calving grounds, watering habits, alarm behaviour, fatigue signs, and seasonal vulnerabilities. Gatherers and foragers also read animal presence because predators, scavengers, and competitors affect where it is safe to move and when. Tracks, bones, dung, bite marks, feather scatter, gnawed wood, scraped bark, and disturbed soil become part of daily interpretation. This is another way the world differs from ours. Modern landscapes are often read through ownership, jurisdiction, or transport logic. Prehistoric landscapes are read through life itself, and large animals are among the clearest authors of that text. The danger is easy enough to understand. A wounded aurochs, a cornered boar, a defensive mammoth, a surprised cave bear, or a stalking big cat can end a human life very quickly. For early humans, large predators are not mythical figures reserved for stories or screens. They are practical realities. Lions once ranged far beyond modern Africa. Wolves are not symbols but competitors and, in some cases, eventual partners through the long and complicated path toward domestication. Hyenas, in some prehistoric contexts, are formidable scavengers and hunters, capable of contesting carcasses and occupying caves. Big cats in Eurasia and the Americas move through many of the same spaces humans do. Scholars still debate the exact frequency of direct lethal encounters in many regions, because the record is naturally biased toward unusual preservation. But there is no doubt that people in prehistory live inside predator-rich environments in ways most modern societies do not. Yet the animal world is not merely threat, it is also calendar, livelihood, and perhaps one of the earliest deep sources of meaning. The timing of migration matters, the return of particular species matters, the presence or absence of fat animals at the right moment matters. Animal movement can reveal climate shifts before people can name them in any formal sense. A herd arriving late or failing to arrive at all is not an anecdote. It is warning. In this way, animals become one of the most immediate ways early humans sense environmental change. The land may look similar, but if the birds do not return, if the grazers do not cross, if fish runs weaken, if scavengers cluster in unfamiliar places, something larger is wrong. No single explanation fully accounts for how prehistoric people understood such changes, but the evidence strongly suggests that their environmental awareness was inseparable from watching animals. There is also the simpler fact of abundance. In some prehistoric settings, especially before major human expansion and before later historical reductions, animal biomass can be strikingly high. Herds of grazing animals move at scales rarely seen today outside a handful of managed or protected systems. Bird life may be denser. River systems can support runs and concentrations now diminished or gone. Coastal zones teem with marine life when accessed seasonally. Even where prehistoric environments are harsh, they are often not biologically empty. This means that sound, smell, and movement are different. The world has more hoofbeats, more calls, more migratory pulses, more carcasses for scavengers, more seasonal clustering. To wake in such a place is to wake into an ecosystem with a stronger visible rhythm than modern people usually experience. The lesser-known detail is that absence matters just as much as presence. Early humans do not live among modern domestic animals. There are no cattle in their later managed abundance, no sheep in enclosed pastoral systems during earlier periods, no horses as universally human-controlled companions for most of prehistory, no chickens near every settlement, no modern dogs in the earliest phases, no cats in granaries, no familiar village ecologies full of species already bent around human permanence. The animal world is wilder not merely because it is more dangerous, but because it is not yet reorganized around settled human dominance. Humans are influential and adaptable, but they are still one participant among many in ecosystems not fully remade to their liking. This is why prehistoric art matters, even when it must be interpreted cautiously. Cave paintings, engravings, carved figures, and marked objects from later prehistory often reveal a striking attention to animals: horses, bison, aurochs, deer, felines, rhinoceroses, mammoths, and other creatures appear with detail and energy that suggest close familiarity. It would be simplistic to say these images are merely records of food species or mere decorations. Scholars still debate their function, ritual, memory, teaching, status, symbolic thought, altered states, seasonal meaning, and social identity have all been proposed in different combinations. The evidence remains incomplete, and no single theory explains every site. But one thing is difficult to miss: animals loom large in the mental world of prehistoric humans, because they loom large in the lived world first. Even scavenging would have felt different. In modern industrial life, a carcass is usually removed, hidden, processed, or avoided. In prehistory, dead animals are major events. They draw predators, birds, insects, and opportunity. A mammoth carcass can feed many beings for a long time. A kill site becomes contested ground. Bones become tools, fuel, structure, and signal. Scent carries over distance. If humans themselves make the kill, the labor that follows is immense and dangerous, involving cutting, transport, defense, and timing. If they arrive second to a carcass, risk increases further. The world is therefore full not only of living animals, but of the traces animals leave after death, and those traces reorganize both ecology and human behavior. This is also a world of extinctions in motion, though the timing and causes differ by region. One of the deepest tragedies and mysteries in human prehistory is that many of the great animals vanish across the lake quaternary. In some places, climate shifts play a major role. In others, human hunting, landscape burning, ecological disruption, or combinations of pressure appear important. In many cases, scholars still debate the balance between causes. No serious account now reduces every extinction to a single simple explanation everywhere. The evidence varies, and some species disappear earlier than once thought, while others hold on in refuges longer than expected. But from the perspective of human experience, the result is profound. Over generations, worlds once filled with giant creatures begin to empty. The disappearance may not always feel sudden in one lifetime, but cumulatively it transforms what human beings expect the Earth to contain. That transformation matters because it may be one of the first great ways humans begin to inhabit a diminished world without fully knowing what has been lost. A child born after the last local mammoths no longer sees absence as absence. The world simply is what remains. This is a pattern that repeats throughout history. Each generation mistakes its inherited environment for something close to normal. But in deep prehistory, the losses can be extraordinary. What had once been a plain alive with enormous grazers becomes quieter. Predator networks shift. Vegetation changes because herbivores are gone. Paths fade. Stories may outlast the animals themselves for a while, but eventually memory thins. The land is still there, yet something foundational has been removed from it. And not all human-animal relationships are hostile or extractive. There are beginnings here too, most notably in the long and still much discussed emergence of relationships between humans and wolves that eventually contribute to the domesticated dog. The process is complex, regionally uneven, and still debated in timing and mechanism, but it suggests something remarkable. In the midst of predator-rich landscapes, some humans do not merely defend against other intelligent hunters. They begin, over long periods, to live beside them. That fact alone complicates any simple picture of prehistory as pure struggle. It suggests flexibility, curiosity, mutual advantage, and social imagination. The early world is dangerous, but it is also full of possibilities not obvious in advance. There are moments when the sheer visual power of this lost fauna becomes difficult to ignore. Picture a dawn plain in cold Eurasia, frost glittering over grass, with mammoths moving slowly through ground mist while wolves hold back at the edge of scent and distance. Picture an early human group watching from a ridge, not as detached spectators but as people measuring fuel, meat, risk, weather, and route all at once. Picture woodland in Pleistocene Europe where giant deer emerge between trees, their antlers briefly catching low light. Picture a North American marshland where mastodons leave churned mud and broken saplings behind them like a record in plain view. These are not fantasy scenes. They are reconstructions grounded in fossil remains, paleoenvironmental evidence, cut marks, tools, isotopes, dung spores, preserved footprints, and the broad logic of ecosystems that once existed in full. To see those animals regularly is to inherit a different emotional scale. It changes what courage means, it changes what food means, it changes what silence means after a herd has passed or after a predator call stops. It changes children's learning, elders' memory, and perhaps the earlier stories told by firelight. Some of those stories may survive only as faint later echoes. Some are lost entirely. But the conditions that made them are not hard to imagine once the animals return to the landscape in their proper size. This is why the vanished giants matter so much to the question of whether early humans saw a different world. They did not simply see more animals. They saw an Earth still occupied by forms of life that made ordinary terrain feel less domesticated, less predictable, and more shared with other powers. Human beings were already intelligent, cooperative, and inventive, but they had not yet converted the planet into something mostly organized around themselves. They still had to negotiate with mammoths, lions, bears, giant marsupials, and vast herds that cared nothing for human intention. Their world was not smaller because they lacked machines. In one crucial sense, it was larger, because more of it clearly belonged to others. And if animals made the Earth feel alive at a grand scale, the planet itself could still remind humans that neither herd knowledge nor sharp senses guaranteed safety. Because beneath all these migrations and encounters, beneath the stars and the giant bodies crossing the land, the ground and climate were never still for long. The next layer of the ancient world is not animal, but elemental cold, flood, eruption, drought, and the sudden violence of a planet constantly rearranging the conditions of survival. Even in a world filled with giant animals and skyborne patterns, the deepest fact of early human life may be simpler and harsher than either the ground beneath them does not promise stability. Modern people are used to thinking of catastrophe as interruption. There is an ordinary world. Then something goes wrong. A storm arrives, a river floods, a volcano erupts, an earthquake strikes, a drought sets in, and afterward the task is to restore normal life. In prehistory, that distinction is harder to maintain. Catastrophe is not always a break from the system. Very often it is the system made suddenly visible. The planet is restless, and early humans live close enough to that restlessness to feel it not as remote science, but as repeated pressure on movement, food, shelter, and memory. Cold is one of the most persistent forms of that pressure, not just winter in the familiar seasonal sense, but long climatic regimes in which cold reorganizes entire continents. During glacial periods, the influence of ice reaches far beyond the ice sheets themselves. It alters winds, water storage, precipitation, plant communities, and animal routes across vast distances. A valley that later generations know as fertile may once have been periglacial, dry, wind-scoured, and difficult to cross. Ground freezes and thaws. Rivers choke with meltwater at some times and shrink at others. Loose, that fine wind-blown silt, settles over broad areas and changes soil, vegetation, and even the preservation of what humans leave behind. To people living there, climate is not a number or chart. It is whether breath cuts the chest at dawn, whether fingers can still work, whether fuel can be found, whether a child survives the night. Yet cold worlds are not always silent or empty. Some of the great mammoth steppe zones are productive in their own severe way, and humans adapt to them with remarkable ingenuity. They sew clothing, manage fire, build shelters from hide, wood, bone, and whatever the land offers, and time movement around migratory opportunities. This is where the prehistoric story becomes more impressive the more closely one looks. Human beings do not merely endure bad weather. They negotiate with whole systems of environmental difficulty over thousands of years. What survives in the record suggests flexibility rather than simple toughness. Groups shift routes, vary subsistence, refine tools, alter camp structure, and pass on practical knowledge precisely because the world refuses to stay gentle. And then, sometimes, the changes are too large or too abrupt for old patterns to hold comfortably. Ice cores from Greenland and Antarctica, along with marine sediments, pollen sequences, cave deposits, and other environmental archives reveal a climate history punctuated not only by broad glacial cycles, but by startlingly rapid shifts. Temperatures in some regions can rise or fall sharply over surprisingly short spans. Rain belts move, vegetation zones reorganize, lakes overflow or vanish. A place that supported one way of life may become less dependable within the memory of communities passing stories across generations. Scholars still debate the exact local effects of many of these changes, and the evidence remains incomplete in some regions. But the basic lesson is clear: early humans inhabit a planet capable of sudden climatic betrayal. Flooding is one of the clearest ways that betrayal becomes visible. Rivers in prehistoric landscapes are not neatly controlled channels. They wander, split, avulse, overtop, and reclaim their floodplains. Meltwater pulses from retreating ice can create dramatic discharges. In some periods, enormous glacial lakes form behind ice dams, then break catastrophically, sending floods across immense distances. The evidence for some of these events is written into giant gravel deposits, scoured channels, stranded sediments, and landforms too large to mistake for ordinary river action. To anyone caught near such a flood, there is no meaningful distinction between weather and apocalypse. A route, a camp, a feeding ground, an entire familiar valley can be destroyed or transformed in a span too short for adaptation. Even smaller recurring floods matter because early humans often live near water for obvious reasons: fish, transport, drinking water, plant resources, animal concentration, workable stone, and open movement corridors. But proximity to rivers and coasts brings exposure. A season of unusual rain can erase campsites and alter migration timing. A shoreline storm surge can make known land briefly lethal. Rising seas over longer periods can do something even more unsettling. They can remove whole remembered worlds gradually enough to be experienced, yet relentlessly enough to be unstoppable. A lowland visited in youth may become marsh in maturity and open water by old age. No single explanation fully accounts for how different human groups responded emotionally or culturally to such losses, because the record is often silent on inner life. But it is difficult to imagine these transformations left no mark. Generational drowning of known country is not abstract change. It is the disappearance of roots, foraging grounds, camps, burial places, and stories tied to land. Drought can be just as destructive, though it works by subtraction instead of impact. A spring weakens, a wet season shortens. Grazers arrive thinner or later, insects shift, a lake contracts, exposing mud and salt where there had been usable margin. Vegetation opens, then fails. A route that once linked dependable water points becomes a gamble. In monsoon-driven systems, small changes in rainfall timing can produce enormous consequences. The Green Sahara episodes are among the clearest examples of this wider principle. When rains strengthen, people and animals expand into regions now considered inhospitable. When rains weaken again, those living opportunities collapse. The world closes. Human populations must move, compress, adapt, or disappear from the record. The evidence survives in lake beds, rock art, faunal shifts, sediments, and archaeology scattered across places that now seem almost too dry to have held such life. Volcanoes bring another kind of uncertainty, one more theatrical in the modern imagination but no less real for that. Most prehistoric humans likely do not witness major eruptions often, yet when they do occur near occupied regions, the effects can be severe. Ashfall contaminates water, blankets vegetation, alters breathing conditions, and changes the movement of animals. Pyroclastic flows erase everything in their path. lahars bury valleys. Smaller eruptions may still unsettle entire regional ecologies. More distant large eruptions can alter climate temporarily, inject aerosols into the atmosphere, and create strange skies far beyond the source. The famous Toba eruption has long attracted debate about whether it caused a global human bottleneck or severe demographic crisis. That strongest version is now widely treated with more caution than older dramatic accounts allowed, and no single catastrophic scenario is fully supported across all populations. Still, the discussion itself points to something important. Volcanic events belong in the prehistoric human story not as movie scenes, but as real environmental stresses capable of regional or broader consequence. Earthquakes are harder to trace in direct relation to early humans, yet in tectonically active zones they must have been part of lived reality. Ground shifts, cliffs fail, springs change, coastlines uplift or drop, rockfalls block routes, and tsunamis can strike coastal populations with terrifying speed. Because earthquakes preserve unevenly in archaeological context, and because their human meaning is difficult to isolate from other disturbances, they often remain under-discussed in broad prehistoric storytelling. But the Earth has not recently become tectonic. Ancient humans in active regions would have known shaking ground, unstable slopes, and the possibility that familiar places could become dangerous without warning. In a world with few durable buildings, some earthquake risks are lower than in later urban societies, but the landscape consequences remain. Fire belongs here too, though it occupies an unusual place because humans are both threatened by it and increasingly involved in using it. Natural fire regimes, driven by lightning, climate, fuel load, and vegetation, shape vast areas of the planet long before modern suppression systems exist. Some fire is destructive in immediate human terms, forcing movement and destroying resources. Some creates future opportunity by opening landscapes, encouraging new growth, attracting grazers, or improving visibility. Many scholars argue that humans in various regions begin altering fire regimes intentionally, using controlled burning to shape vegetation, aid hunting, promote useful plants, or manage travel corridors. The timing and scale of such practices remain debated by region, and the evidence varies, but it adds another layer to the picture. Early humans do not simply suffer planetary motion, they begin, cautiously and unevenly, to work with it. This makes the prehistoric world doubly dynamic. Nature is not stable, and humans are not passive. Their movements, hunting, burning, and settlement decisions feed back into ecosystems even when they are far from dominating them. A drying phase might push groups into new territory. A flood might force changes in camp patterns. A volcanic ash layer might interrupt known routes. A fire-maintained grassland might attract animals that become central to subsistence. Over time, the record fills with these entanglements, though never completely enough to resolve every story. Scholars still debate many local collapses, abandonments, expansions, and technological shifts because no single factor explains them all. Climate matters, but so do demography, social networks, knowledge transfer, competition, animal behavior, and luck. The evidence remains incomplete because human life is always more complicated than a single environmental trigger. Still, one broad truth stands out: early humans live without the illusion that the world is fixed. They may hope for return, remember stability, prefer familiar routes, and preserve traditions tied to repeated seasonal patterns, but they cannot build their lives on permanence in the modern sense. Camps move, water moves, herds move, shorelines move, forest edges move, even mountains, at the human scale of rockfall, glacial carving, and volcanic change, are less still than they appear. This does not make ancient life chaotic in some constant cinematic way. Much of life is routine, skilled, repetitive, and practical. But the routine exists under a sky, climate, and crust capable of disrupting it without apology. One of the most unsettling implications is psychological. If the environment changes often enough and powerfully enough, then memory itself becomes more precious and more fragile. Elders carry accounts of where water once stood, when cold came hardest, when ash fell, when the river changed course, when game stopped coming, when a route failed. That knowledge is survival. Yet even the best memory can become outdated if the world changes again. This gives prehistoric experience attention modern people often forget. Tradition is essential, but tradition alone is not enough. Flexibility becomes just as important. Human groups that survive over long spans are likely those able to balance remembered knowledge with close attention to present conditions. In that sense, the changing planet may have selected not only for endurance, but for mental elasticity. There is lesser known but revealing detail hidden in archaeology. The very places humans return to again and again are often the places where environmental advantage and environmental risk meet. River terraces, rock shelters, lake margins, coastal edges, passes, ecotones between grassland and woodland, volcanic uplands with useful stone, wetlands rich in seasonal food. These are productive places, but productive places on a restless planet rarely remain risk-free. Flood may take the terrace. Rockfall may threaten the shelter. Drought may empty the lake. Sea level rise may swallow the shore. The record of repeated occupation followed by abandonment, and then sometimes by return, captures something essential about early human life. People do not choose perfect landscapes. They choose landscapes worth the danger. And this, finally, is what makes the ancient world feel so different from ours. It is not only that disasters happened more often, though in some local senses they may have felt closer and less mediated. It is that nothing stood between human life and the mechanics of Earth for very long. There were no insurance systems, no weather satellites, no engineered levees, no refrigerated reserves, no emergency broadcasts, no seismic codes, no relief convoys. There were skills, memory, social bonds, mobility, fire, tools, and whatever confidence could be taken from the behavior of the land itself. Sometimes that was enough. Sometimes it was not. Many human stories in prehistory are, at their core, stories of reading the planet correctly just long enough to survive another season. So when early humans looked out across plains, valleys, coasts, deserts, or ice-rimmed ground, they were not seeing scenery in the modern sense. They were seeing process. They were seeing a world that could feed them, drown them, freeze them, or vanish beneath their feet over time. Their senses had to register not only where things were, but how stable they seemed, how recent the tracks were, how high the waterline had climbed, how the wind smelled compared with the last season, how the animals behaved differently this year. The planet in motion trained a moving species. That motion also shaped how humans understood duration itself, because in a world without clocks, archives, or abstract calendar systems of the modern kind, time is not first encountered as numbers. It is encountered as return, delay, waiting, growth, decay, migration, thaw, darkening, and memory. After the instability of land and climate, the next great difference between their world and ours lies in something even more intimate, the way time itself may have been felt. For most modern people, time arrives already measured. It glows from phone screens, blinks on appliances, governs wages, transport, deadlines, medication, meetings, school bells, and the smallest promises of the day. It is divided before it is felt. Minutes have value independent of weather, distance, or hunger. A person can spend an afternoon without noticing the angle of the sun, the lengthening shadow of a tree, or the behaviour of birds at dusk and still know exactly what hour it is. Early humans live inside something else. Time is not absent from their world, it is everywhere, but it does not come as arithmetic first. It comes as change in light, in temperature, in animal movement, in the body's own rhythms, in the moon's return, in the smell of a place after rain, in the ripening of plants, in the thickening of ice, in the ache of distance walked, and in the remembered intervals between one life-making event and the next. This changes far more than scheduling. It changes the very texture of existence. If time is not abstracted into numbered units, then it remains tied to processes. One does not simply know that winter is approaching because a calendar page says so. One knows because nights hold their cold longer, because certain birds have vanished, because fat gathers differently on animals, because plant foods diminish, because mist sits lower at dawn, because river edges begin to harden, because the body feels what is coming. What survives in the ethnographic and archaeological record suggests that many non-industrial and mobile societies structure time through recurrence and relation, rather than through uniform quantified segments. Early humans likely did the same, though in ways that varied widely by region, season, and life way. The evidence remains incomplete, but the logic is difficult to avoid. In worlds governed by ecological timing, time itself is ecological. That does not mean prehistoric people live in some formless present. On the contrary, their lives may be saturated with temporal awareness, but it is awareness of another kind. They must know when herds usually move, when fish are more easily taken, when fruits ripen, when floodwater retreats enough for safe passage, when certain valleys trap dangerous cold, when insects make marshes intolerable, when snow begins to soften, when winds change, when storms tend to gather. This is precision, but not the precision of clocks. It is situational precision. Time is tracked through the world and through repeated experience of the world. A day is not only sunrise to sunset, it is a sequence of usable conditions. Morning chill may be the right time to track. Midday heat may be for shade or slow movement. Dusk may be dangerous or productive depending on season and terrain. Night under a bright moon is not the same as night without one. In this sense, time is also bodily. Hunger marks it, fatigue marks it, growth marks it, pregnancy marks it, injury alters it. A wound before cold weather has a different meaning than the same wound in a milder season. Childhood unfolds not in school years but in stages of learned competence. An elder's value includes not only age but remembered cycles, remembered failures of weather, remembered recoveries, remembered places when they were greener, colder, wetter, or fuller of game. Human life is measured against repeating natural patterns, yet also against the irreversibility of the body. Teeth wear down, strength shifts, endurance changes. Children become carriers, trackers, parents, and memory keepers. In such a world, time is not something outside the human organism, it works through it. The moon likely sharpens this further. Lunar phases offer one of the most obvious recurring visible measures available to people living close to darkness. Even if early humans did not formalize months in the later sense at every stage of prehistory, moonlight would still structure behavior. A waxing moon changes night travel. A full moon changes hunting conditions and the emotional character of darkness. A thin crescent offers another kind of night, another kind of vulnerability. Some scholars have long suggested that repeated notched objects or certain patterned marks may reflect early counting or lunar attention, though such claims are often debated and must be handled carefully. No single explanation fully accounts for every marked bone or recurring sequence in prehistoric material culture. Yet the broader point remains strong. The moon imposes a visible rhythm that few human groups living outdoors for generations could ignore. Season may have mattered even more deeply than day or month. Modern societies still live by seasons to some extent, but storage, transport, heating, cooling, and trade have made seasonal change less absolute for many people. In prehistory, season can be everything. It governs movement, prey, plant access, shelter needs, river crossings, birth timing in animals, social aggregation, and risk. Some periods of the year may draw groups together. Others may disperse them. Certain landscapes are only worthwhile in one season and deadly in another. A valley rich in spring may become empty in late summer. A coastline productive at one time may be storm-lashed and treacherous at another. The result is that time does not pass evenly. Some parts of the year are crowded with action. Others are stretched by waiting, endurance, or scarcity. A week in the hungry season is not felt like a week in abundance. That unevenness is crucial. Measured clock time implies homogeneity. An hour is an hour. Early human time is not like that. One night in danger lengthens. One easy day of movement contracts. A long winter may feel endless and yet vanish in memory beneath the recurrence of many winters. A sudden storm may divide life into before and after more sharply than any count of days. This kind of temporality survives in fragments even now, in grief, travel, illness, ritual, or disaster. When ordinary schedules briefly lose authority, and the body returns to an older sense that time expands and compresses according to stakes. For early humans, this may have been less exception than foundation. The environment itself teaches that duration is experienced, not merely counted. There is another difference. Modern people often imagine the future in layers of plan: next week, next year, retirement, institutional continuity, contracts, mortgages, projected careers, long infrastructure. Early humans surely planned, sometimes impressively far ahead in practical terms, but the form of planning was different because uncertainty was different. One can store food, carry tools, return to known places, prepare for cold, and remember routes. One can teach children the right season for fish or the safe route through a pass, but one cannot guarantee that the pass remains open, that the rains return, that the herd follows expectation, or that another group does not arrive first. This encourages a future orientation shaped by preparedness and flexibility, rather than fixed long-range abstraction. Scholars still debate exactly how different prehistoric groups conceptualize deep future or ancestral continuity. But what survives in the record suggests planning embedded in movement and adaptation, not in assumptions of static control. This temporal world likely affects story as well. In literate societies, events can be pinned to dates, reigns, years, and fixed sequences. In oral worlds, time often stays attached to memorable happenings: the winter of deep snow, the year the river changed course, the season when game failed, the time of the big fire, the time before the sea reached this place, the generation when people came from the other valley, the life of a particular elder who saw certain conditions with their own eyes. Such temporal marking does not make memory vague, it makes it relational. Events are anchored in lived significance. A child learns not merely that something happened long ago, but that it happened before a grandmother was born, after the great drought, when a certain hill still looked different, when a lake still reached the stone line. In this way, time is stitched to landscape and person together. That may be one reason landscape itself becomes such a powerful container of memory. A marked tree, a cliff edge, a spring, a distinctive boulder, a cave opening, a bend in the river, a distant ridge at sunset, these are not only places, they are clocks of another kind. They hold remembered events in space. Return to them, and one returns not just physically, but temporally. This is especially true in societies without writing, where repeated movement through known country allows memory to be refreshed by encounter. The land becomes an archive not because it stores words, but because it prompts recall. This kind of temporal structure is harder to maintain once places vanish. Floods come, seas rise, or groups are forced away. Then time itself becomes more fragile, because its anchors are being removed. One of the more surprising possibilities is that early humans may have felt less distinction between natural time and social time than modern people do. Today, social time often overrides natural time. One wakes by alarm, eats by schedule, works by timetable, and can remain awake long after dark under artificial light. In prehistory, social activity is still real and important, but it is more tightly braided to light, season, weather, and ecology. A gathering happens because the animals are there, because the river is low enough, because the weather allows travel, because the season of scarcity has ended, because the moon offers usable night, because the cold has not yet hardened the root shut. Human arrangements bend more directly around planetary rhythms. This does not erase culture. It means culture must negotiate more openly with the environment. There is a limit to how far this can be reconstructed. We do not have direct access to a Pleistocene mind describing how a cold dawn felt in relation to remembered winters, or how many moon cycles seem to pass between one migration and the next. The evidence remains indirect, built from site seasonality, isotopes, growth rings in teeth, faunal assemblages, migration patterns, recurring occupation layers, ethnographic analogy, and the simple logic of survival. Some interpretations are stronger than others. Some older theories overstated uniformity among hunter-gatherers or assumed timeless primitive patterns that were never truly universal. That caution matters. Early humans were diverse. Their temporal worlds would have varied with latitude, climate, mobility, technology, and social structure. Yet the broad contrast with modern clock-saturated life remains persuasive. They likely lived in a more cyclical, environmental, and embodied time than we do. That difference may even have shaped emotional life. Modern anxiety often attaches itself to deadlines, delay, comparison, and the pressure of precision. Prehistoric anxieties were surely no less serious, but they may have attached more directly to waiting for weather, to the return or non-return of animals, to the slow healing of injury, to the length of cold, to the uncertain time between visible food sources. Hope, too, would be seasonal and material, the first signs of thaw, the first arrivals, the moon bright enough for safer travel, the fruiting of a known patch, the drying of floodwater. These are not metaphors. They are events in time as survival feels it. And yet there is another side to this. A world governed by cycles also offers continuity. Stars return. The moon returns. Rain, even if unreliable and tends to belong to broader rhythms. Animals often return, until they do not. Rivers rise and fall. The sun's path shifts, and then comes back. For a species without clocks, these repeated patterns may create a strong sense not of chaos, but of participation in recurrence. Time moves, but it also circles. This may have made the deepest shocks all the more powerful when cycles failed. A dry season that does not end properly, a migration that does not come, a shoreline that does not stop creeping inland, a cold that deepens beyond memory. Such breaks in rhythm would not feel like mere data. They would feel like the world becoming strange. That strangeness returns us to the main question. If early humans saw a different world, part of the answer lies not only in what stood before their eyes, but in how long things lasted, how often they returned, and what changes mattered most. They saw a world in which time was not hidden in devices but written into the body and the land. A world where memory was measured against seasons, moonlight, and endurance. A world where waiting could mean hunger, and timing could mean life. A world where old people were not simply older, but carriers of temporal maps. A world where the future was approached through recurring signs rather than empty dates. The more one looks, the harder it becomes to separate perception from temporality. To notice the world well, one must know when things happen. To survive, one must remember when they happened before. To teach others, one must tie time to place, weather, and return. And because nothing in that world is written down in the modern sense, memory itself becomes one of the great human technologies. The next step in the story lies there, in the way knowledge is carried across generations without books, without coordinates, and often without anything more permanent than a repeated path across country and a story attached to stone, fire, and bone. If time in the early human world is carried through cycles rather than clocks, then memory becomes something heavier than private recollection. It becomes infrastructure. It becomes map, warning system, archive, and inheritance all at once. In modern societies, memory is constantly externalized. Notes are written, roads are labeled, boundaries are surveyed, histories are stored in libraries, and forgotten details can often be recovered with enough searching. In prehistory, most of that burden rests elsewhere. It rests in bodies moving through known terrain, in repeated action, in seasonal return, in shared story, in the placement of camps, in marks left on tools, in scars, in burial places, in root knowledge, and in the social obligation to pass along what matters before a person dies. This gives memory a scale and urgency difficult to recover from within literate life. To forget is not merely to lose information. It may be to lose access to food, safety, or place itself. This is one of the clearest ways early humans may have inhabited a different world than we do. A modern person can travel through a landscape with little knowledge of its deeper history because signs, maps, devices, and institutions do so much of the work. Early humans often cannot. The land must be known in detail, but that knowledge is not stored outside human relationships for the most part. It survives because people remember where flint lies after rain, where a river can be crossed in late summer but not after snowmelt, where shellfish are best gathered when tides expose a certain band of coast, where dangerous predators den in particular seasons, where water remains longest in drought, where old trails are safer than shorter routes, where past camps stood, where enemies once appeared, where ancestors are thought to remain close, where storms break first against exposed ground. What survives in the record suggests that such knowledge is cumulative and local, built over long experience and shared socially rather than privately. That social dimension matters. Memory in small mobile groups is not a solitary possession. It is distributed across generations and roles. One person may know a valley's plant resources better, another may know migration timing, another may remember kin connections beyond the immediate group, another may carry stories that bind places to events, making them easier to remember and harder to ignore. The group as a whole becomes a living archive. This is one reason older people likely matter so much in many prehistoric settings, even when physical strength has declined. Their value is not reducible to labour. It lies in accumulated pattern recognition. They know what happens when the usual signs fail. They remember a hard winter that younger adults have never seen. They recall another route. They remember where water used to be when the main spring ran low. The evidence remains indirect. But ethnographic parallels and basic survival logic both point toward a world where age often means stored environmental intelligence. Landscape in such a world is never only physical, it is mnemonic. A bend in the river does not merely indicate water. It calls up previous crossings, previous camps, a past death, a successful season, a warning about hidden mud, a remembered repair of tools on a nearby bank. A rock shelter does not merely offer dryness. It may signal smoke stains from prior use, old bones in the floor, a known draft in winter, an earlier conflict, a story tied to ancestors, a place where children once learned a task. The land therefore works as a memory system because it prompts recall through repeated return. One does not carry every detail abstractly in the head. One carries a web of cues that becomes active again when the body re-enters known space. In this sense, memory is not separated from movement. It is refreshed by movement. This has consequences for how stories are told. In literate worlds, narrative can drift free of place and still survive because it is fixed in text. In oral worlds, especially those tied to highly specific environments, stories often remain attached to roots, features, seasons, and practical knowledge. A story about a waterhole may also encode the danger of arriving too late in the dry season. A story about an animal may preserve behaviour essential to hunting or avoidance. A story about an ancestor's journey may also function as a map. Scholars still debate how directly practical and symbolic meanings overlap in prehistoric oral traditions. Because of course the traditions themselves are mostly lost, and because later oral cultures vary enormously. No single explanation fully accounts for the role of story in every human society. But the broader pattern is persuasive. Narrative is rarely separate from survival when memory must carry so much. The surprising part is how effective this can be. Modern people sometimes assume that without writing, memory must be vague, unstable, or primitive. Yet oral societies can preserve immense quantities of structured knowledge with extraordinary precision, especially when that knowledge is regularly used, socially reinforced and embedded in rhythm, repetition, route, ritual, and place. Contemporary and historically documented oral traditions in many parts of the world have preserved ecological detail, genealogies, lore, navigation, and event memory across long spans. None of these can be treated as direct fossils of the Pleistocene, and it would be a mistake to flatten all oral cultures into one timeless model. But they do demonstrate what the human mind, working collectively and under pressure of necessity, is fully capable of. Early humans likely live in a world where memory is not weaker than ours, but differently organized and differently exercised. There may even be cases where memory outlasts landscapes themselves. In some parts of the world, scholars have explored the possibility that oral traditions preserve echoes of ancient coastlines, volcanic eruptions, sea level rise, or major environmental transformations. These claims must be approached with caution, and not every proposed example stands up well under scrutiny. The temptation to read deep prehistory into every myth is strong and often misleading. Yet some traditions do appear to preserve striking environmental observations over long durations. If even a fraction of that is true in certain cases, it suggests something profound that human groups may have carried memories of vanished land, changed shores, or dangerous events far longer than written cultures often assume possible. The evidence remains debated, but the possibility itself reminds us how tightly memory and place may once have been bound. This also means that losing access to a place is more than logistical loss. It is cognitive and cultural loss. If a coastline floods, if a glacier blocks a route, if a drought empties a lake basin, if another group prevents return, then knowledge anchored to that place begins to erode. The memories may persist for a while in narrative form, but without repeated bodily encounter, their detail can fade or transform. The place no longer prompts recall in the same way. This may be one reason environmental change can be so destabilizing even when people survive it materially. A drowned plain is not only lost hunting ground, it is the disappearance of a memory scaffold. In a world where the land itself helps organize knowledge, altered land changes what can be remembered clearly. One should also consider the role of objects. Writing may be absent, but prehistory is not empty of material memory. Tools made from particular stone sources can carry remembered roots and connections. Ornaments can mark identity, alliance, or continuity. Pigment use may preserve ritual or social meaning. Cut-marked bone, curated skulls in some contexts, arranged burials, repeated occupation surfaces, and deliberately placed objects all suggest that memory sometimes settles into material practice, even when it does not become text. A hearth rebuilt again and again in roughly the same place can be a kind of memory. A burial area reused over generations can be one too. The distinction between material and mental memory is less sharp than modern habits suggest. Human groups remember through acts, through repeated arrangements, through places made meaningful by return. This is where the environment and the social world fully braid together. Knowledge is not just about landscape in the narrow ecological sense. It includes relationships with neighboring groups, exchange partners, marriage ties, dangerous territories, ritual obligations, and pathways of safe passage. A route through the land may also be a route through social memory. One ridge is not crossed casually because it belongs to another band. One valley is friendly in summer because kin gather there. One cave is avoided not because it is physically unusable, but because it is marked by death, taboo, or inherited caution. Scholars still debate how far back one can confidently project complex territoriality, structured exchange, and social geography into different phases of prehistory. But by the later periods especially, the evidence for long-distance material movement, ornament traditions, and regional signalling becomes difficult to ignore. Human beings are remembering more than terrain. They are remembering human worlds laid over terrain. Children grow into this memory system gradually. They do not receive it as a single lesson. They acquire it through movement, watching, listening, and participation. The name of a place may come with a story. The story may come with a task. The task may come with a season. The season may come with a warning by adulthood. What looks effortless is usually the result of years of immersion. This helps explain why certain kinds of knowledge are so difficult to translate for outsiders. It is not because the knowledge is mystical, it is because it is dense. It is tied to countless small observations that only make full sense within a lived landscape. Modern people still encounter fragments of this in highly specialized local knowledge, but in prehistory it may have been the norm rather than the exception. A lesser-known but revealing possibility is that memory itself may have shaped movement patterns in ways archaeology only partially captures. Groups may revisit certain places not only because resources are there, but because those places help renew identity and knowledge. Returning to a known shelter, a habitual crossing, a ceremonial site, or a raw material source can reinforce social continuity as much as subsistence. This may be one reason some locations show repeated occupation across very long spans despite environmental fluctuations. They're not simply convenient. They're remembered centers in a moving world. The evidence for exact motivations is often frustratingly incomplete, but repetition in archaeology rarely happens by accident alone. People come back because something more than immediate utility calls them. This turns memory into a survival technology every bit as important as a spear point or a fire-making method. It allows humans to compress time, to carry the experience of previous generations into present decision-making. It reduces uncertainty without eliminating it. It tells people where to go, what to expect, and what to fear. But it also has limits. Memory works best when the world remains at least partly recognizable. When climate shifts too sharply, when animals disappear, when shorelines drown, when forests move, when familiar stars still rise but over transformed country, inherited knowledge can begin to fail. That failure may be one of the great hidden dramas of prehistory, not simply people meeting change, but memory struggling to keep pace with a world no longer returning what it once did. That struggle may have produced both innovation and loss. Some traditions adapt, new routes are learned, new seasonal patterns are observed, new stories are made to fit a changed reality. Other knowledge becomes obsolete and then incomprehensible. A place name may survive after the place itself is gone. A ritual may continue after its original environmental context has vanished. A warning may outlast the danger that first inspired it. In this way, prehistoric memory is never static. It is under constant revision, but revision constrained by inheritance. Human beings are trying to remain continuous while the planet keeps rearranging the stage. And perhaps that is one of the deepest differences between their world and ours. We tend to imagine memory as personal and history as written. Early humans may have lived with a much thinner line between the two. To remember was already to inhabit history, because history was carried in roots, marks, skills, and repeated acts. The past was not stored far away. It walked beside the present. Elders embodied it. Landscapes triggered it. Stories activated it. Material traces reinforced it. This gave the world density. A plain was never just open land. It was full of former crossings, former camps, former dangers, former abundance. Even a seemingly empty place could be crowded with remembered time. That crowdedness may help explain why the ancient world can feel so difficult for us to imagine clearly. We tend to see prehistoric landscapes as sparse because the visible remains are sparse. A few tools, cut bones, hearth stains, footprints if we are lucky, maybe art, maybe burials, and then large stretches of silence, but the silence is deceptive. For the people moving there, the same terrain may have been saturated with associations and instructions. It may have felt as full to them as a modern city feels to someone who knows every street, every local story, every dangerous corner, every familiar doorway. The difference is that their knowledge was written into life rather than into signs. By now, the pattern is becoming clearer. Early humans do not only inhabit different coastlines, different climates, different skies, different animal worlds, and different temporal rhythms, they inhabit different densities of meaning. The land itself helps think with them. The past stays nearer. Survival depends on remembering well and remembering together. Yet memory is not enough forever, over long spans. Human behavior begins to shift in ways that will slowly alter both the world and the way it is perceived. Tools become more varied. Movement patterns change. Symbolic systems thicken. New forms of adaptation emerge. The old world is still there, but signs of transition are gathering within it. The old world does not disappear all at once. It shifts in layers, and for a long time those layers overlap. Early humans still move through landscapes governed by season, animal movement, darkness, and memory. But something begins to accumulate within that movement: greater control, greater planning depth, greater ability to reshape immediate conditions rather than only respond to them. The change is easy to oversimplify. It is not a neat revolution in which one kind of mind gives way to another. For thousands of years, human beings remain mobile, alert, and deeply entangled with the living world. Yet traces in stone, bone, pigments, shelters, roots, and social networks suggest that the human relationship to reality is becoming more mediated by culture, more organized by inherited techniques, and in some places less dependent on purely direct encounter than it once had been. The world is still large, but humans are slowly learning how to make parts of it more predictable. Toolmaking offers one of the clearest windows into this transition. Very early stone tools already reveal intelligence, planning, and repeated method, but over long spans, the material record begins to show increasing refinement in some regions: prepared cores, blades, composite tools, hafting, points shaped for specific functions, needles for fitted clothing, fish hooks, barbed implements, grinding technologies, nets, traps, containers, and adhesives made through deliberate multi-step processes. None of this happens everywhere at once or in a single line of progress. Scholars still debate the timing, spread, and cultural meaning of many technological developments, and the evidence remains uneven from region to region. But the broader pattern is hard to miss. Humans become more capable of carrying solutions with them. They do not simply meet the world with hands, fire, and memory. They increasingly meet it with stored technique. That matters because technique changes perception. A person with a reliable projectile point sees a herd differently from a person armed only for close encounter. A person with sewn clothing sees winter differently from one less protected against exposure. A person with a container sees water, seeds, fat, or pigments differently because these things can now be transported and stored in altered ways. A person with cordage, nets, or traps sees animal pathways, water margins, and seasonal opportunities differently again. Technology does not replace the environment. It changes which parts of the environment matter most and how directly the body must negotiate them. In that sense, the world does not become less real. It becomes increasingly filtered through human-made extensions of skill. Fire use may be one of the deepest examples of this. Fire begins as survival and becomes increasingly versatile heat. Cooking, protection, light, social gathering, landscape management, hardening of certain materials, clearing, and perhaps signaling cooking alone may have changed daily life in profound ways, not only nutritionally but temporally and socially, creating repeated moments when food, warmth, talk, and planning converge. Controlled fire also allows humans to push back darkness, alter ecologies, and occupy colder or more varied environments with greater confidence. In some regions and times, what survives in charcoal records, burned sediments, and vegetation changes suggest humans may begin using fire deliberately to influence landscapes, aiding hunting, encouraging edible plants, or keeping routes open. No single explanation fully accounts for all changes in fire regimes, since climate and lightning remain major forces too, but the human hand becomes harder to ignore. Clothing and shelter deepen the pattern. Cold no longer means exactly what it once did when fitted garments, layered hides, constructed windbreaks, and better seasonal camp choices give people more room to endure harsh conditions. A rock shelter is still valuable, but it is no longer the only kind of refuge. Temporary architecture, however light, creates pockets of predictability in unpredictable settings. Bone and ivory structures in some Ice Age contexts, hide-covered frames, repeated hearth placement, storage pits in later settings, and increasingly patterned camp organization all hint at something important. Human beings are not only moving through the world, they're beginning to arrange slices of it around themselves with more consistency. Home, even if temporary, becomes more than wherever one happens to stop. Movement itself also changes. In many prehistoric periods, humans cover astonishing distances, and materials can travel far beyond the people who first shaped them. Obsidian, shells, pigments, special stone types, ornaments, and stylistic traditions appear far from their probable sources. This suggests exchange networks, seasonal aggregation, intergroup contact, marriage ties, or long-distance travel more complex than older crude images of isolated bands once allowed. A world connected by such networks is not a small world, but it is a world increasingly threaded by human intention. Information can travel without every person having to discover everything firsthand. That alone begins to change what the world feels like. A distant valley, a mountain pass, or a coastal route may be partly known before it is directly seen, because others have carried news, objects, warnings, or stories from it. Symbolic life grows more visible too. Pigments, beads, engravings, figurines, decorated tools, musical possibilities, burial treatment, and cave imagery all suggest layers of meaning that exceed immediate subsistence. The existence of such expression does not mean humans have escaped environmental pressure. It means they are processing it through increasingly dense cultural frameworks. An ochre-marked body, a shell ornament carried inland, a carved figure, or a painted chamber deep underground implies that humans are not only reading the world for practical cues, they are marking identity, transmitting belonging, structuring memory, or engaging realities not reducible to simple utility. Scholars still debate the precise significance of many symbolic objects and sites, and interpretations can easily become too certain. But no serious reading of later prehistory can deny that humans are inhabiting increasingly meaning-rich worlds partly of their own making. This may be where the first real narrowing begins, though it is not obvious at first because it arrives together with expansion. The more culture stores knowledge externally in objects, habits, marks, and shared symbolic forms, the less each individual act of perception has to start from nothing. That is a tremendous advantage. It makes survival more efficient. It creates continuity across wider spaces, It allows planning to extend farther, but it may also mean that some aspects of raw environmental attentiveness begin, in certain contexts, to be redistributed rather than universally held. A group with strong shared knowledge, refined tools, and repeated seasonal sites can afford a little more mediation between body and landscape than one living with fewer buffers. This is not a loss in any simple sense. It is a trade. The human niche grows more cultural, less immediately exposed. One can see hints of this in hunting itself. A close-range ambush world is not the same as a projectile world. A trap-based strategy is not the same as one based on direct pursuit. Fishing with constructed devices is not the same as opportunistic grabbing or spearing alone. Each technological shift alters attention. Certain things become more important to notice, others less constantly urgent. The environment remains decisive, but it is increasingly interpreted through planned interventions. A marsh is not just where birds gather, it is where a net might be set. A migration corridor is not only where one follows, it is where one prepares in advance. The world slowly becomes something humans do not merely endure or read, but partly anticipate and shape. There is also the matter of social scale. Larger gatherings at certain times of year, repeated aggregation sites, exchange networks, and shared symbolic traditions mean that the human world itself becomes denser. Other people occupy more of reality, kin obligations, alliances, rivalries, mating patterns, ritual participation, and reputation across groups begin to matter alongside immediate local ecology. A person moving through the land must still know weather, animals, and roots, but may also increasingly navigate social landscapes that stretch beyond one camp. This is important because a world filled with human relationships feels different from a world in which the non-human environment dominates every horizon of concern. The archaeological record from later prehistory often hints at this widening human web, even if its exact texture remains elusive. Children growing up in such worlds would still learn the land, but perhaps through a thicker layer of cultural mediation. They learn not only where to go and what to fear, but how certain tools are made, what ornaments signify, where exchange partners gather, which places have ritual weight, how to read traces left not just by animals, but by human groups with distinct identities. The evidence remains incomplete, especially for reconstructing the exact balance between practical and symbolic instruction. But the cumulative direction seems clear. Human worlds are becoming more elaborated from within. The environment is no less real, yet more and more of reality now arrives already shaped by inherited cultural forms. This does not mean the old sensory world vanishes. Far from it. People still track, smell weather, follow stars, watch animals, and read terrain with great sophistication. But the first signs of another pattern are their culture thickening into a second environment. A stone point is not just stone. It is technique carried across generations. A painted cave wall is not just pigment. It is a place transformed into memory and meaning by repeated human attention. A buried body with goods is not just death. It is a statement that human relationship to personhood and time is becoming more formally structured. The world is still different from ours, but the path toward our kind of world is beginning to appear. One of the lesser-known but telling clues lies in standardization. Whenever archaeologists find repeated forms, similar point types, similar ornament styles, similar preparation methods across broad areas, they are looking at more than practical efficiency. They are often seeing shared traditions strong enough to reproduce pattern across space and time. Standardization suggests teaching, expectation, and perhaps identity. It means that human beings are not improvising from the environment alone each time. They are inheriting norms. Those norms save effort, reduce uncertainty, and bind groups together. Yet they also begin to insert culture between person and world in a stable way. The hand does not just respond, it follows a known form. In some places, more settled seasonal return patterns may have produced especially strong effects. Repeated occupation of favourable locations encourages thicker archaeological deposits, more structured use of space, and greater familiarity with particular resource zones. Over time, returning to the same places can change how those places are experienced. They become not just useful, but expected. Familiarity creates attachment. Attachment encourages investment. Investment encourages further return. This is not yet the fully settled world of agriculture, but it is no longer the same as pure opportunistic movement across an indifferent landscape. Certain nodes in the world begin to gather human significance so densely that they stand out as centres. And with centres comes contrast. A known and culturally rich place feels different from the unknown beyond it. The world may start to divide more sharply into familiar and marginal, inside and outside, ours and not ours. The evidence for exactly when and where such distinctions harden is difficult to pin down, and scholars remain cautious for good reason. Still, the logic is compelling. The more humans build continuity into selected places and practices, the more the wider world begins to feel unevenly humanized. That uneven humanization may be the real turning point. Early humans do not suddenly stop seeing the wild world, but some begin to spend more of their lives inside human-made systems of technique, meaning, exchange, and repeated place use. The result is subtle at first. Nothing like a city exists. No fields yet cover the horizon in most regions. But the first movement toward a smaller, more organized, more human-shaped reality is underway. The old world of giant animals, dark skies, unstable coasts, and intensely trained perception still surrounds them. Yet within it, islands of greater predictability are forming. This is why the prehistoric story should not be told as a simple ladder of progress. Every gain carries a narrowing as well as an expansion. More technique means more buffer, but also more mediation. More symbolic density means richer human worlds, but also greater inwardness. More repeated place use means more continuity, but also less openness to the full scale of surrounding uncertainty. These changes are not mistakes. They are the beginnings of a transformation that will eventually culminate in villages, agriculture, territorial fixity, and the much more familiar human world. But at this stage, the shift is still partial, still delicate, still entangled with older ways of seeing. And that is what makes this period so revealing. It is the long threshold where human beings remain profoundly of the wild world, while also beginning to step away from total dependence on it. Their eyes are still trained by horizon, weather, track, and moonlight. Their lives are still governed by season and risk, yet their tools, symbols, and networks are slowly teaching them to inhabit not just the earth as they find it, but a growing human overlay upon it. The next great change follows naturally from that once certain places become repeatedly worth returning to. Once technique and social structure can support longer stays, once food can be managed rather than only sought, the world begins to shrink in a far more dramatic sense than anything that came before. The world begins to shrink long before anyone can see the full consequences. Not because the earth becomes smaller, and not because human curiosity fades, but because certain forms of life make less of the world necessary on any given day. For hundreds of thousands of years, human beings survive by reading vast landscapes in motion, adjusting to herds, weather, coastlines, and seasonal opportunity. Mobility is not incidental to that life. It is one of its deepest structures. Then, in different regions and at different times, something changes. People begin to stay longer. They return more consistently. They invest more heavily in selected places. Plants and animals that were once part of the wider field of attention begin, slowly and unevenly, to be drawn inward into a tighter human orbit. The result is not immediate civilization in the familiar sense. It is a narrowing of lived space, the first great contraction of the ancient world into something more controlled, more bounded, and in some ways less expansive than what came before. Agriculture sits at the center of this transformation, but it should not be imagined as a single invention that suddenly remakes everything. The older picture of one clean Neolithic revolution has long been softened by archaeology. Domestication emerges gradually, experimentally, and differently in separate regions. People manage wild stands before fully domesticating them. They intensify harvesting. They alter landscapes with fire, clearance, and repeated use. They begin storing more. They encourage certain species, protect them, move them, and eventually breed them into forms increasingly dependent on human systems. Wheat and barley in parts of Southwest Asia, rice in East Asia, millet in northern China, sorghum and other crops in Africa, maize in Mesoamerica, potatoes in the Andes, and parallel developments elsewhere do not arise from one global script. Scholars still debate many details of timing, causation, and transition, and the evidence remains regionally uneven. But the broader outcome is unmistakable. Human life in some places becomes more anchored. Anchoring changes perception at once. A mobile forager must know a large world because survival depends on moving through it well. A farming household must know a smaller world with different intensity. The field, the terrace, the irrigation channel, the storage pit, the seasonal flood line, the pen, the paths between settlement and resource zone, these become the center of practical attention. The horizon does not vanish, but it becomes less decisive than the immediate managed landscape. A mist migration once threatened food. Now a failed harvest can do the same. Rainfall is still crucial, but in a different way. Soil, seed quality, pests, timing of planting, labor availability, and storage protection move to the center. The world is still dangerous, yet the danger is increasingly concentrated into particular points of vulnerability close to home. This is not a lesser intelligence. It is another adaptation. Farmers know things foragers may not. They read soil, drainage, seed, seasonal ground moisture, and subtle differences in cultivated plants. Herding communities read breeding cycles, pasture condition, disease, movement pressure, and the social behavior of domestic animals with extraordinary skill. Sedentary or semi-sedentary fishers and gatherers may know tides, fish runs, wetland productivity, and storage timing in complex ways too. But the field of necessary awareness shifts. Instead of carrying a map of enormous mobile ecologies in the body, many people begin carrying dense knowledge of a narrower, more manipulated environment. The world contracts spatially while thickening locally. With that thickening comes permanence, or at least the attempt at permanence. Houses appear and reappear in the same places. Villages take shape, walls, floors, hearths, pathways, middens, cemeteries, and storage spaces accumulate. The evidence for this is among the most dramatic changes in archaeology, because it transforms the texture of the record itself. Layers build up, refuse stays near home. Burials remain close to the living. Architecture creates boundaries between inside and outside. A place is no longer merely visited, it is maintained, repaired, claimed, remembered through continuity of occupation rather than through return alone. What survives in the record suggests that for many people, this must have altered the emotional meaning of place profoundly. A settlement is not just shelter, it is a fixed centre around which life is organised. Once centres fix in place, the world inevitably begins dividing more sharply into interior and exterior. The house is inside, the settlement is inside, the fields are an extension of inside, even if they remain exposed to weather. Beyond them lies something else: uncultivated land, forest, marsh, open steppe, mountain, enemy territory, hunting ground, shrine ground, and routes to exchange. The wild does not disappear, it becomes externalized. This is a subtle but enormous mental change. In the earlier mobile world, people move within ecosystems as participants among many. In the increasingly settled world, humans begin drawing harder lines between the human domain and everything beyond it. Those lines are never perfect, and many ancient communities continue mixing farming with hunting, fishing, pastoralism, and gathering. But the distinction grows stronger. The world starts to feel partitioned. Time changes with it. The seasonal cycle remains, but now it locks more tightly to annual agricultural tasks: sowing, weeding, herding, lambing, harvest, threshing, storage, repair, waiting. Scarcity and surplus create a recurring calendar that is at once more regular and more restrictive than the older mobile one. A foraging band may alter its routes when signs change unexpectedly. A farming village can adapt too, but not with the same freedom once fields, buildings, and stores bind people to place. Risk becomes more concentrated. A drought, flood, pest outbreak, or blight may devastate communities precisely because they have invested heavily in one landscape. No single explanation fully accounts for why so many populations accept this trade. But the gains are real: more predictable food in some contexts, more infants surviving when mobility declines, larger populations, stored surpluses, stronger continuity of place, and the growth of new forms of social life impossible in highly mobile bands. Those new forms of social life also shrink the world in another sense. More people living close together means more of reality is now human. Neighbours matter constantly. Disputes matter. Kinship, inheritance, status, labour obligations, marriage ties, access to storage, rights over animals, rights over land, and emerging leadership structures all expand. The environment remains crucial, but human relations claim more attention than before. A person in a village may spend more of each day dealing with other people than with open country. This is not unique to agriculture alone, but settlement amplifies it. The world becomes denser with social signals and more dependent on human-made rules. The great non-human world is still there beyond the cultivated zone, yet more and more life unfolds inside human-maintained order. This brings a strange paradox. By gaining greater control over selected environments, humans may lose direct contact with some of the larger worlds that shape them. Children raised in settled communities still know weather, animals, and seasonal rhythms, but they may know them through domesticated cycles and bounded landscapes rather than through wide-ranging movement. They know goats, sheep, cattle, pigs, dogs, tended fields, cut wood, built walls, fixed paths, and neighbouring households. They may know fewer distant valleys, fewer long migration corridors, fewer raw nights under constantly changing camps. The senses are not weakened in any simple biological way, but their training shifts. One learns to notice crop disease rather than the distant movement of wild herds. One learns the behavior of penned animals rather than the seasonal crossing points of megafauna. One learns the texture of household smoke, stored grain, and plastered walls. The world becomes more familiar, but perhaps also narrower. Memory changes too. Once settlements anchor people, memory can be stored more materially. Buildings persist. Ancestors are buried under floors or in cemeteries. Walls mark continuity. Storage features preserve planning. Fields and boundaries record repeated claims. Knowledge no longer depends entirely on bodily movement through large territories. It can gather around a fixed place and be reinforced by architecture, repeated labour, and material accumulation. This is one of the greatest turning points in human history, though it arrives gradually. The land is still mnemonic, but now the house is mnemonic too. So is the village. So is the grave. So is the granary. History condenses. The past begins to stack vertically as well as stretch across routes. Yet this very condensation can make the wider world recede. A village child may feel the settlement as the centre of reality. Beyond it is resource, danger, rumour, exchange, or wilderness, but not necessarily the everyday field of human competence that it had once been for mobile ancestors. Scholars still debate how far and how often settled communities maintained older wide-ranging knowledge, and of course many did through herding circuits, trade, raiding, hunting, marriage exchange, and seasonal movement. The shift is never absolute, but the broad contraction remains one of the deepest changes in human experience. The known world becomes less about constant motion across ecosystems and more about defending, managing, and reproducing a particular way of life in place. This contraction also transforms the night. Settlements gather firelight, houses create enclosure. Domestic animals make different sounds than wild ones. Waste attracts commensal species. The smellscape changes completely. Grain, dung, smoke, plaster, cooked food, bodies living close together, damp storage, penned animals, refuse. Darkness is still dark by modern standards, but it is no longer always the same open darkness of mobile camps in vast wild settings. The sky remains above, yet it competes more often with roofs, walls, and indoor space. People do not cease to know the stars, but more of life now unfolds under shelter. The heavens begin to withdraw slightly from daily immediacy. There are costs beyond the perceptual. Settled life often brings disease burdens from crowding, sanitation problems, nutritional narrowness in some cases, and greater exposure to social hierarchy or coercion. Skeletal evidence in many early agricultural populations suggests that the new way of life is not automatically healthier in every respect than mobile foraging. People may become shorter, more vulnerable to certain stresses, or more marked by repetitive labour. The evidence varies by region and period, and scholars rightly resist any simple story of decline or progress. Still, one thing becomes increasingly clear. The shrinking world is not a free gift. It is purchased with new dependencies. A lesser known but telling clue lies in biodiversity itself. As humans settle and cultivate, landscapes often simplify. A field replaces a mosaic. Certain plants are encouraged, others removed. Domestic herds compete with wild grazers. Wetlands are altered. Forest patches are cut back. Fire regimes change. This simplification may not be immediate or total, but over time it produces more legible, more manageable, and less ecologically diverse surroundings in many inhabited zones. For people living there, the world becomes easier to predict in some ways precisely because it contains fewer forms of life and fewer untamed interactions than before. That is another sense in which it shrinks, not only in space, but in variety. And once the process begins, it tends to build on itself. Storage encourages staying. Staying encourages building. Building encourages fields. Fields encourage territorial defense. Defense encourages leadership and social differentiation. Population growth encourages intensification. Intensification encourages more landscape modification. Before long, whole communities may live within a world where most of what matters daily has been domesticated, bounded, counted, and inherited. The deep old human experience of moving through a vast, sign-filled, unstable natural world does not vanish everywhere, but in the regions where settlement takes hold, it is no longer the only or even the dominant human condition. This is why the rise of agriculture and settlement should not be told merely as a triumph over nature. It is also a narrowing of direct contact with the larger earth, in exchange for food concentration, continuity of place, and growing social complexity. Humans surrender some of the expansive perceptual world that shaped their species for most of its existence. They gain control, and they accept confinement. They gain stored memory, and they rely less on moving memory. They gain local security, and they become more vulnerable to local failure. They make the world more human, but also less wild in their immediate field of attention. For the first time, then, humans begin living in realities their Paleolithic ancestors might have found strangely closed. The horizon still exists, but it is no longer always an invitation. Sometimes it is simply the edge of the field. The animals are nearer, but many are now owned. The seasons still matter, but now through crop cycles and labour demands. The stars still return, but below them roofs, pens, and walls insist on another order. The world has not ceased to be mysterious. It has become domesticated in patches, and those patches are growing. That growth carries another hidden consequence. As the human-made world thickens, some older sensory habits may begin to weaken, not because humans become less capable, but because the environment no longer demands the same kinds of constant raw awareness from everyone. The next layer of the story lies in that quiet shift, not in the loss of intelligence, but in the gradual surrender of certain ancient attentions that had once been essential to staying alive. The narrowing of the world does not arrive with a sudden silence. It happens gradually, almost invisibly at first, as fewer situations require the full intensity of attention that once defined human survival. A person living within a cultivated landscape, surrounded by known paths, familiar neighbours, and managed resources, still uses their senses, still reads weather, still observes animals, still remembers seasons. But the pressure to notice everything, everywhere, all the time begins to ease. That easing is not a failure, it is a consequence of success. When the environment becomes more predictable, attention can specialize. When food is stored, hunger does not sharpen perception in the same way every day. When boundaries exist, the unknown retreats slightly. When shelter is stable, night becomes less threatening. And in that small retreat, something ancient begins to fade, not entirely, not everywhere, but enough to change how the world is experienced. It is important not to mistake this for a decline in human capability. The human brain remains as powerful as ever, and in many ways becomes more so as language, symbolic systems, and social complexity expand. What changes is not potential, but necessity. In earlier worlds, missing a detail could mean death, a misread track, a missed scent, a failure to notice a shift in wind. A late reaction to animal behavior, these errors carry immediate consequences. In more managed environments, the cost of inattention is often delayed or distributed. A farmer may miss a subtle change in distant wildlife without consequence if their food is growing in nearby fields. A herder may rely on fences or group protection rather than constant scanning of open horizons. A villager may sleep without listening for every sound in the darkness beyond firelight. The senses do not disappear, they are reprioritized. Over generations, this reprioritization shapes habit. People become deeply skilled in the domains that matter most within their environment. Farmers develop extraordinary sensitivity to soil conditions, plant health, seasonal timing, and water management. Herders read animal behavior, breeding cycles, and grazing patterns with precision. Craftspeople refine fine motor skills, pattern recognition, and material knowledge. Builders understand structure, load, and design. These are not lesser forms of intelligence. They are different forms, responding to a different world. But as attention concentrates inward, outward awareness can become less universally distributed. Not every person needs to be a tracker of distant herds. Not every child must learn to read every sign in the landscape. Knowledge becomes more specialized. This specialization is one of the quiet forces that separates the ancient sensory world from the modern one. In small mobile groups, much knowledge must be shared broadly because survival depends on redundancy. In larger, more structured communities, knowledge can be divided. One person knows this, another knows that. A society can function without every individual holding the same complete map of reality. This makes life more efficient in some ways, but it also means that fewer people carry the full range of environmental perception that once defined human existence. The world becomes something understood collectively, but less directly experienced in full by each individual. There is also the question of scale. In the earlier world, distance itself trains perception. Long journeys across varied terrain demand constant adjustment. Every change in ground, vegetation, weather, and animal presence must be read. In a more settled world, many people travel shorter distances in daily life. Their environment is known, repeated, and bounded. The unfamiliar lies farther away, encountered less often. This reduces the need for constant environmental decoding. The mind shifts from exploration to maintenance, from discovery to management. The horizon loses some of its urgency. It remains there, but it no longer defines the rhythm of life in the same way. Night changes again here. Fire once created small islands of safety in a vast darkness. Now, with permanent dwellings, clustered habitation, and shared defense, night becomes less absolute. People sleep under roofs. They're surrounded by others. Sounds are filtered through walls. The unknown is pushed outward. Darkness is still present, but it is less intimate. The sensory relationship with night shifts. Eyes no longer need to adjust as often to total darkness. Ears no longer need to pass every distant sound. The night sky remains, but fewer hours may be spent directly under it. Over long spans, this alters not the structure of the senses, but the habits of using them. Smell, too, changes. In earlier environments, scent carries information about animals, water, decay, and weather across open space. In settled environments, the smellscape becomes dominated by human activity smoke, stored food, waste, livestock, building materials. These smells are meaningful, but they are different. They draw attention inward, toward the human sphere, rather than outward into the broader ecosystem. A person becomes attuned to the health of stored grain. The presence of rot in a confined space, the condition of animals in enclosures. These are important skills, but they do not require the same wide-ranging olfactory awareness as life in open, mobile environments. The sky, too, begins to recede. It does not disappear, but it competes with architecture, routine, and indoor life. A person working fields or tending animals still knows the sun's path, still watches clouds, still reads weather, but fewer people spend entire nights under open sky, tracking stars as part of movement and orientation. Knowledge of the heavens becomes more formalized in some societies' calendars, early astronomy, ritual alignment, but less universally embodied. The sky shifts from being a constant companion to being a system interpreted by specialists or traditions. It is still there, immense and regular, but it is no longer the primary frame of everyday awareness for everyone. One of the most subtle changes lies in how danger is perceived. In earlier worlds, danger is diffuse. It can come from any direction, at any time, through many forms: animal, weather, terrain, hunger, cold. This creates a broad, continuous alertness. In more structured environments, danger becomes more localized. It may come from specific threats: a failing crop, a known predator, a rival group, a structural weakness, a disease outbreak. This does not make life safer in every sense, but it changes the shape of vigilance. Instead of scanning everything, people focus on particular risks. The mind learns to narrow its field. Over time, this narrowing can become cultural. Practices, beliefs, and expectations reinforce what matters. Children are taught what to notice and what can be ignored. Rituals may encode seasonal knowledge. Work routines structure daily attention. Social norms shape perception itself. A child raised in a village learns to see the world through the needs of that village. The same child, placed in a wide open landscape without guidance, might miss signs their distant ancestors would have read automatically, not because they are less capable, but because they have been trained differently. This is perhaps the most important point. The loss is not biological, it is experiential. The human organism remains the same, but the world no longer demands the same total engagement. Capabilities that are not exercised regularly become less sharp, less central, less shared. They do not vanish entirely. They persist in specialists, in certain environments, in moments of necessity. But they are no longer the baseline condition of human life. There are echoes of this even today. People who spend extended time in wilderness, learning to track, navigate without tools, read weather, and live closely with the land, often report a gradual sharpening of perception. Details once invisible become obvious. Patterns emerge where there seem to be none. The world becomes richer, more legible, more immediate. This is not a return to some lost ancient state, but it is a reminder that the capacity still exists. It has simply been set aside in many modern contexts. At the same time, new forms of perception emerge. Literacy, numeracy, abstract reasoning, symbolic systems, and complex social cognition all expand dramatically in settled and increasingly structured societies. Humans become capable of thinking about things far removed from immediate experience. They can imagine futures, reconstruct pasts, build systems of law, religion, and science. They can manipulate symbols, create art, and construct narratives that transcend place. These are not losses. They are gains, but they come with a trade-off the direct continuous embodied engagement with the natural world becomes less central to daily life. This trade-off is not uniform across all societies or all times. Even in agricultural and settled contexts, many people maintain strong environmental awareness, especially in regions where conditions remain challenging. Pastoralists, hunters, fishers, and those living in marginal environments often retain high levels of sensory engagement. The division is not absolute. It is a gradient, shaped by how much of life depends on direct interaction with the wider environment versus managed systems. Still, the overall direction is clear. As humans build more reliable, more controlled, more human-centered worlds, they rely less on the full spectrum of ancient attentiveness that once defined survival. The world becomes more predictable in some ways, but also less richly perceived in others. It is not that reality changes, it is that the relationship to reality changes. And this brings us back to the central question: did early humans see a different world? By now, the answer is layered. Yes, the physical world was different. Different climates, animals, coastlines, and skies. Yes, the sensory demands were different, sharper, broader, more constant. Yes, the structure of time and memory was different, cyclical, embodied, tied to place. And now, we see another dimension, the gradual emergence of a human-made world that reshapes perception itself. The ancient world does not vanish. It recedes. It becomes something partly remembered, partly encoded in tradition, partly preserved in specialized knowledge. But for many people, it is no longer the total environment of existence. It becomes one layer among others. What remains is the question of how much of that older way of seeing still survives hidden not in distant past alone, but within the human capacity itself, waiting for the conditions that once made it necessary to return. Even after the world narrows, it does not become simple. The older realities do not vanish cleanly under the spread of settlement, storage, and domestication. They survive in altered form, and one of the places they survive most powerfully is in story. This is where the past becomes harder to read, because myth is not a fossil in any strict sense. It shifts, absorbs, exaggerates, condenses, and reshapes memory until practical experience, emotional truth, environmental warning, and symbolic meaning can no longer be cleanly separated. Yet that difficulty is precisely why myth matters. It may preserve, however indirectly, the feel of a world once larger, darker, less human-dominated, and more unstable than the one later societies inherit. To say this carefully is important. Ancient stories are not secret archives waiting to be decoded into perfect geological or anthropological fact. The temptation to treat every flood myth as proof of one specific flood, every sky story as astronomy, every tale of giants as a memory of megafauna, or every underworld descent as a preserved Ice Age ritual is strong and usually misleading. Scholars still debate how much historical or environmental memory myths can carry, how long that memory can remain recognizable, and what happens to real events once they pass through generations of retelling. No single explanation fully accounts for the origin of myth. Some stories arise from social structure, some from ritual, some from recurring psychological patterns, some from environmental experience, and many from combinations too dense to untangle with confidence. But the record across many cultures suggests something difficult to dismiss. Human beings repeatedly turn strange landscapes, dangerous animals, celestial disruptions, and ecological instability into narrative. This makes sense. Story is one of the best tools oral societies possess for storing importance. A warning attached to a memorable image travels farther than a dry instruction. A dangerous river remembered through a tale may be less easily forgotten than a rule recited without context. A season of catastrophe, repeated as narrative, can survive beyond the lifetimes of direct witnesses. The point is not that every myth is secretly practical. It is that practical and symbolic functions often overlap in worlds where memory must be carried by people rather than books. A tale may explain, warn, identity mark, entertain, and sanctify at once. Early humans, and the many societies descended from long oral traditions, do not divide those functions in the neat modern way. Flood stories are perhaps the most obvious example, though also the most abused. Around the world, myths describe rising waters, drowned lands, destroyed settlements, or worlds remade by inundation. It would be lazy to collapse all of these into one event or one universal explanation. Water is a fundamental danger and an obvious symbolic force, so flood narratives can emerge in many ways, yet in some regions, the possibility that stories preserve memories of real coastal change or catastrophic flooding remains plausible. Rising seas at the end of the last ice age transform vast lowlands over many generations. River systems behave violently in some places. Tsunamis and lake outbursts certainly occur. What survives in the record suggests that people experience repeated watery loss in prehistory, and it would be surprising if none of that entered narrative memory. The evidence remains incomplete. But the broader idea is sound environmental upheaval often leaves stories in its wake. There may be deeper echoes too. In some later traditions, one encounters persistent images of a former age when the world was more crowded with great beasts, when boundaries between human and animal felt thinner, when people moved through forests, plains, and waters governed by powers larger than kings or cities. Again, one must be careful. Later myth is shaped by later worlds. It cannot simply be projected backward untouched. But it is not unreasonable to think that some human storytelling carries emotional residues from much older conditions: the fear of great predators, the awe of storms, the memory of landscapes no longer visible, the unease of eclipses and blazing comets, the experience of seasons when the world itself seemed to fail. A myth does not need to preserve literal detail to preserve a mode of feeling. This may be especially true of sky stories. Once the heavens cease to be merely practical and become formalized within ritual or cosmology, they often carry traces of the older intimacy between humans and the night sky. Constellations become persons, animals, hunters, sisters, boats, serpents, fires, pathways. Celestial events become omens, visitations, warnings, divine action, or signs of disorder. Such interpretations are not scientifically accurate in the modern sense, but they are accurate to a human experience of living under a visible cosmos too powerful to ignore. The night sky in later agricultural civilizations is already partly institutionalized, tracked by priests, astronomers, or calendar keepers. Yet beneath that systemization, one can still sense something older, the feeling that the sky is near enough to matter every night, and strange enough to demand story. Animals, too, often survive in myth long after their ecological centrality has faded. They may become emblems, ancestors, tricksters, enemies, companions, guardians, or transformed beings. In societies where large predators no longer dominate daily life, stories can continue carrying the emotional force those predators once held. In places where great herds have diminished or vanished, cultural memory may still treat certain animals as world-making presences. This does not mean every sacred animal image is a direct residue of Ice Age hunting life, but it does suggest continuity in human habits of assigning narrative weight to the beings that once mattered most materially. What disappears from ordinary life can become more powerful in imagination precisely because it is no longer encountered in the same way. The same may be true of vanished landscapes. Across many traditions there are references to lost islands, sunken lands, former homelands, or places that once existed in another form. Some are clearly moralized or cosmological tales rather than environmental records. Some are likely later political or cultural inventions, but some may preserve real memories of migration, displacement, shoreline retreat, drought, volcanic destruction, or ecological collapse. Scholars still debate individual cases, and the temptation to romanticize lost worlds is always lurking. Yet it is worth remembering that prehistory includes many genuine lost worlds. Doggerland is real. The broader lowlands of Sunda are real. Former green Saharan corridors are real. Drowned coastal plains on nearly every continent are real. Entire human-used landscapes have vanished beneath sea, sand, forest, or sediment. Narrative memory, however transformed, may be one of the few ways such absences lingered before writing. There is another reason myth matters here. It reveals that even as human societies become more settled and structured, they continue feeling that reality exceeds what can be controlled. The old wild world may retreat, but it leaves pressure behind. Storms still come, crops still fail, rivers still flood, animals still break fences, disease still appears from invisible causes, the sky still darkens unexpectedly, the ground still shakes under such conditions. Story becomes a way of keeping the larger world present within increasingly human-made settings. A village may stand behind walls, but myth reminds it that the walls do not end uncertainty. In this sense, mythology can be read as one of the ways settled humans continue negotiating with the ancient, unstable earth their ancestors knew more directly. This continuity may help explain why myths often feel spatially dense. Mountains speak, springs are inhabited, caves open onto other realms, forests conceal powers, shorelines mark thresholds, rivers remember. These are not childish mistakes about nature. They are narrative ways of preserving the fact that landscape is not neutral. For most of human existence, every landscape feature mattered practically, emotionally, and socially. Later stories may recast that density into supernatural terms, but the underlying intuition remains familiar. Places have consequences, histories, and moods. The world is not empty matter waiting for human use. It presses back. One of the lesser-known but fascinating possibilities is that some myths may encode observational knowledge so densely that later listeners miss the practical layer entirely. Seasonal stars linked to animal behavior, stories that fix travel routes, taboos that discourage use of dangerous places at certain times. Ritual calendars aligned with ecological rhythms, these are all documented in various traditional societies. None can be treated as a direct unchanged survival from deep prehistory, but they show how easily narrative and environmental intelligence can merge. The evidence remains incomplete when pushed farther back, and it would be reckless to draw straight lines across tens of thousands of years. Still, such examples demonstrate that myth is not the opposite of knowledge. It can be one of knowledge's most durable containers. And yet myth also transforms what it carries. A real flood becomes world destruction. A predator becomes a speaking ancestor. A dangerous mountain becomes the home of a power. A seasonal star becomes a person chased across the sky. This transformation should not be seen as corruption alone. It is part of how memory remains vivid. Pure information is easy to neglect. Charged narrative survives. Early humans, and those who come after them, are not merely recording their world. Their remaking it in forms the mind can hold and transmit. The result is not history in the modern sense, but something more elastic and in some ways more revealing about experience. Because experience is the key. Even if no myth could ever be reduced back into a clean prehistoric event, myths still show what kinds of realities human beings repeatedly found worthy of symbolic treatment: darkness, flood, fire, stars, strange animals, journeys, thresholds, ancestors, transformed landscapes, hidden dangers, and world-ending or world-renewing change. Those are exactly the forces that fill early human life. The continuity is suggestive. It implies that however much the material world shifts, human beings continue carrying forward narrative habits formed under long exposure to a planet larger and less controllable than themselves. This is why later civilizations, even highly organized ones, often speak as if they still remember something wilder than their own daily lives. Beneath written law, architecture, agriculture, and astronomy, there often remains a story world full of darkness. Beasts, old floods, unstable skies, lost lands, and journeys into dangerous nature. It is as though culture cannot quite forget the larger earth from which it emerged. The evidence for direct continuity is often impossible to prove, but the persistence of the pattern is striking. Settled people still tell stories with the emotional geometry of the mobile ancestors, and perhaps that is one of the strongest clues available to us. Not a fossil bone, not a submerged plane, not an isotope ratio, but a recurring human need to narrate the world as larger, stranger, and more animate than ordinary settled life allows. Myth may be the echo chamber where the older sensory world continues to resonate after its original conditions have partly disappeared. The stories are changed, sometimes beyond recognition. Yet the pressures that made them worth telling are often the same pressures that shaped early perception: unstable land, overwhelming sky, dangerous animals, recurring loss, uncertain time, and the haunting possibility that the world once felt more immediate than it does now. From there, the question becomes sharper. If stories preserve echoes and memory carries traces, what can the physical record itself still tell us? How much of this different human reality can science actually recover from bones, tools, pigments, footprints, teeth, ancient DNA, isotopes, sediments, and buried camps? And just as important, where does that evidence reach its limit, leaving us with inference, probability, and silence rather than certainty? The stories may carry emotional echoes of older worlds, but the harder task belongs to the ground. If we want to know whether early humans truly experienced reality differently, we have to ask what their bodies, tools, camps, and landscapes still reveal after so much time has passed. This is where the mystery becomes both sharper and more disciplined. Archaeology, paleoanthropology, genetics, and environmental science cannot tell us exactly how a coal dawn smelled to a person 40,000 years ago, or what it felt like to watch mammoths move through mist under a moonlit sky. But they can do something equally remarkable. They can reconstruct enough of the conditions of life to show that the difference was not imaginary. It was real, material, and written into the surviving record in ways that become more persuasive the more closely they are examined. Bones are often the first witnesses, though never the easiest to interpret. A skeleton does not speak in sentences, yet it holds an astonishing amount of history. Teeth carry chemical traces of diet, stress, and sometimes movement across landscapes. Limbs reflect activity patterns, loading, injury, and repeated strain. Skull and pelvis shape identify species, ancestry, sex in some cases, and developmental patterns. Tiny defects in enamel can preserve episodes of hardship during childhood. Healed fractures reveal survival after injury. Degenerative wear can suggest long-term habits. A body buried tens of thousands of years ago still cannot tell us what its owner believed, feared, or remembered, but it can tell us that life was physically demanding, often dangerous, and deeply shaped by environment. The teeth are especially revealing. Isotopic analysis can show what kinds of foods were eaten, sometimes whether an individual relied more on marine or terrestrial resources, and in certain contexts whether they spent childhood in the same place they were later buried. Microscopic wear can hint at diet and food processing. Growth interruptions can reveal periods of nutritional stress or illness. In this way, a mouth becomes a record of time lived under ecological pressure. What survives in the record suggests human populations adapted to astonishingly varied diets and landscapes, from coasts rich in marine foods to mammoth steppe hunters, to mixed gatherer-forager groups in woodland and river settings. That diversity alone reminds us that there is no single prehistoric sensory world. There are many, each shaped by region, climate, and way of life. Ancient DNA adds another layer, one that has transformed how the human past is understood. It reveals movements, mixtures, disappearances, and unexpected relationships invisible in older narratives built only from artifacts and bones. It shows that early human history is not a straight line but a braided one. Populations meet, separate, merge, vanish, and leave descendants in complex patterns. It reveals encounters with Neanderthals, Denisovans, and other deeply ancient human lineages whose existence was once unsuspected or only dimly inferred. This matters to the question at hand because it reminds us that the human beings inhabiting these changing worlds were themselves diverse, and that some may have carried local adaptations shaped by particular climates, altitudes, pathogens, or diets. Scholars still debate the exact perceptual or cognitive implications of many genetic differences, and the evidence remains incomplete. But the broader lesson is firm. The human past contains more variation, contact, and adaptation than simple textbook ancestry trees once suggested. Stone tools, meanwhile, preserve thought in action. A flake struck from a core is not merely a sharp edge. It is a decision frozen in material form. The angle of removal, the preparation of the platform, the choice of raw material, the pattern of retouch, the transport of stone across distance, the repair and reuse of pieces over time, all of these reveal planning, skill, and environmental understanding. A finely made point from high-quality stone carried dozens or hundreds of kilometers tells a story about movement, value, and foresight. A cluster of blades and butchered bone near a river terrace tells another story, one about task, timing, and landscape use. No single tool explains a world, but assemblages, layered across sites and time, show humans repeatedly solving problems in ways that are deeply local yet recognizably intelligent across continents. The raw materials themselves matter more than they first appear to. When archaeologists trace obsidian, flint, shell, ochre, or other resources back to their sources, they often uncover maps of movement and connection invisible on the surface. A shell ornament found far inland means someone travelled, traded, or maintained ties across considerable distance. Ochre transported and curated across landscapes suggests that symbolic or practical materials were worth the effort of carrying. Special stone sources used over generations can mark enduring routes and remembered places. In this way, even seemingly small artifacts reveal that prehistoric people lived inside networks of knowledge and value, extending beyond immediate camp life. The world they saw was not only a local patch of ground, it was a mentally connected terrain. Footprints are rarer, and therefore all the more haunting when they survive. They strip away abstraction and restore movement directly. A footprint preserves pace, direction, weight distribution, sometimes age, sometimes burden, sometimes the fact of companions. A trackway across ancient mud or volcanic ash is one of the few moments when the prehistoric record briefly stops being general and becomes immediate. Someone passed here, someone turned there, someone ran, walked, paused, carried a child, followed an animal, or crossed a dangerous surface. At sites where human and animal footprints appear together, the old world seems almost to reassemble itself, not fully, but enough to be felt. What survives in the record suggests that footprints can preserve not only presence but behaviour, a rare and fragile bridge between body and world. Pigments, beads, engravings, and burial treatment carry another kind of evidence, pointing towards symbolic life dense enough to alter perception itself. Ochre stains on tools or bodies suggest deliberate use of colour beyond accidental contact. Beads imply display, identity, perhaps exchange, perhaps memory. Burials with care, offerings, or repeated placements suggest relationships to death that exceed simple disposal. Cave images, carved forms, and decorated objects indicate minds investing the world with representational and perhaps ritual meaning. Scholars still debate many interpretations here, and the evidence remains frustratingly open in places. No single explanation fully accounts for every cave panel, figurine, or grave good. Yet the existence of these materials leaves little doubt that prehistoric humans inhabited emotionally and symbolically charged worlds, not merely practical ones. Environmental archives widen the lens further. Pollen trapped in sediments can reconstruct ancient vegetation. Charcoal layers can reflect fire regimes. Ice cores reveal atmospheric composition and abrupt climatic shifts. Lake beds record drought and flood. Speleothems in caves preserve water, histories through their chemistry. Marine sediments show changing temperatures, ice volume, and ecological shifts. Animal bones reveal not only species presence but seasonality and habitat. Together, these records allow scientists to rebuild landscapes, now gone grasslands where forests stand, lakes where desert now stretches, drowned coasts, shifting monsoons, cold pulses, warm intervals, corridors of movement, and barriers that later disappear. This is where the idea of a different world moves beyond atmosphere and becomes undeniable. The Earth early humans inhabited was, in many places, physically unlike the one modern people know. Even cut marks on bone matter. A carcass processed by human tools reveals not just diet but timing, access, competition, and sometimes cooperation. Was the animal hunted or scavenged? Was marrow extracted? Was the meat dried or consumed quickly? Were the bones used as fuel or tools? A kill site or butchery area can reveal labour organisation, skill, and knowledge of animal anatomy. Repeated patterns across many sites suggest traditions of processing and use deeply embedded in culture. What now looks like a scatter of fragments may once have been a scene of immense intensity risk, triumph, exhaustion, planning, defense against predators, smoke, blood, and the urgent need to convert animal mass into stored survival before weather or scavengers intervened. The evidence is partial, but it does not take much imagination to feel the difference between such a world and one in which food arrives mostly without visible death. Site seasonality offers another clue to how early people perceived their environments. Shell growth bands, antler development, fish remains, migratory bird presence, plant residues, and animal age profiles can all help indicate when sites were occupied. This matters because it reveals rhythm. Some places are revisited in autumn, some in spring, some during fish runs, some when herds pass, some in winter shelter periods. Through this, archaeologists can begin to see that prehistoric life is often not random wandering but patterned return. People move through their world according to ecological timing so precise that even broken remains can sometimes still preserve it. That rhythm supports the idea that perception was structured by repeated seasonal knowledge and by attention to the smallest shifts in the natural world. One of the more surprising lines of evidence comes from residue and microanalysis. Tiny traces of starch grains, plant fibers, blood proteins, or where patterns on tools can reveal activities that would once have disappeared entirely from interpretation. Grinding stones may preserve hints of plant processing. Adhesive residues can reveal composite technology requiring multi-step preparation. Microscopic wear can distinguish cutting hide from working wood or meat. Such evidence often feels almost miraculous, because it retrieves acts too delicate to survive in obvious form. And yet it also reminds us of the limits. For every rare survival, countless gestures, smells, sounds, glances, and lessons have vanished without leaving a readable trace. That limit matters. Science can recover environments, diets, movements, injuries, climate patterns, technologies, population mixtures, and symbolic behaviors with increasing sophistication. It can tell us much more than earlier generations thought possible, but it still cannot fully rebuild experience. It cannot directly restore the saturation of a star-filled sky to a person who has always known electric light. It cannot deliver the bodily sense of tracking hunger across a wind-cut plain, or the collective alertness of listening to a dark valley after a herd has passed. It can prove that those conditions existed. It can infer that they shaped perception. It can show, with growing force, that the world itself and the demands placed on human attention were radically different. But it cannot wholly close the gap between reconstruction and lived reality. This is where humility becomes essential. The evidence is powerful, but it is not total. Scholars still debate site interpretation, species behavior, climate timing, symbolism, social structure, mobility patterns, and the degree to which ethnographic analogy can safely illuminate the deeper past. Some older confident claims have collapsed under better data. Some once dismissed possibilities have become more plausible. The record keeps changing as methods improve. Ancient DNA rewrites movement histories. New dating revises chronologies. Underwater archaeology expands drowned worlds. Microanalysis reveals hidden behavior. Paleo-environmental work sharpens climate context. No single explanation fully accounts for all of prehistory because prehistory is not one thing. It is a vast set of human worlds, each only partly preserved. And yet the fragments agree on the largest point. Early humans were not simply modern people with fewer inventions walking through a rougher version of our world. They inhabited different ecologies, different coastlines, different night skies, different densities of large animal life, different temporal rhythms, different memory systems, and different exposures to planetary instability. their bodies, tools, roots, and traces all reflect a form of engagement with reality that was at once more immediate and more vulnerable than what many people now experience. Science cannot resurrect that world in full, but it has done enough to show that the difference was profound. Which leaves the final question, and perhaps the most difficult one. If the record proves that their world was different, and if it suggests that their attention was shaped by demands we largely no longer face, then what exactly has been lost? Are those older human capacities gone? Or merely sleeping beneath newer habits? Is the vanished world wholly inaccessible? Or does some part of it still survive inside modern bodies and minds, waiting beneath the managed surfaces of contemporary life? By the time the physical record has spoken as clearly as it can, another silence begins. It is the silence around what cannot be excavated directly, not the bones, but the sensation inside them, not the footprint, but the living foot, not the hearth, but the circle of attention around its light. That is where the question becomes most unsettling. If early humans saw a different world, and if science can show that the world itself was indeed different, then what became of the way of seeing that world demanded? Did it vanish with the mammoths, the drowned plains, the dark skies, and the long migratory routes, or did it survive in us, not as conscious memory, but as a buried capacity made less necessary by the worlds we later built? The safest answer is that both are true. Something has been lost, because environments do not shape perception lightly. A human being raised under electric light, surrounded by walls, clocks, roads, and stored food, is not simply the same perceiver as one raised in a mobile band where weather, animals, and terrain must be read continuously. Even if their brains share the same broad architecture, the habits laid into attention differ profoundly. Modern life rewards filtering, categorizing, specializing, and often ignoring. Ancient life rewarded sustained situational awareness across many channels at once. That difference matters, and it cannot be erased by sentiment. No single explanation fully accounts for the gap, but the gap is real. And yet it would be equally wrong to imagine that the ancient human sensorium has disappeared entirely. The body has not become another species. The eye still catches peripheral motion. The ear still orients to danger in the dark. The nose still distinguishes weather, decay, water, smoke, soil, and animal presence more than many modern people realize. The skin still reads wind and temperature. The inner ear still measures balance across uneven ground. Memory still binds powerfully to landscape when landscape is encountered repeatedly. Under the right conditions, modern humans can regain surprising degrees of environmental perception. Trackers, hunters, sailors, foragers, desert travelers, mountaineers, pastoralists, and people living close to wild conditions still demonstrate this. Their skills are not supernatural and not nostalgic curiosities. They are evidence that older capacities remain latent within ordinary human possibility. That does not mean a weekend in the countryside restores prehistoric consciousness. The difference runs deeper than skill acquisition alone. Early humans do not merely possess techniques. They inhabit total environments structured around those techniques. Their bodies grow up in motion. Their memories are formed through place rather than through text. Their dangers are immediate. Their social worlds are braided tightly with ecological knowledge. They live in darkness that is truly dark. Under skies that demand attention, among animals and seasonal cycles that remain central to every serious decision, modern people can learn fragments of this, sometimes impressively. But learning fragments inside a world of fallback systems is not the same as being formed entirely within the old one. The evidence remains incomplete, but enough survives from psychology, anthropology, and plain observation to suggest that human attention is shaped most deeply by what it cannot safely ignore. So perhaps the better question is not whether we still possess the same raw senses, but whether we still live in ways that ask enough of them. In many cases, the answer is clearly no. Artificial light weakens the practical centrality of stars and lunar darkness. Screen-based life fragments attention into short bursts and teaches rapid switching rather than continuous reading of one environment. Temperature control softens weather. Packaged food hides seasons. Roads eliminate route finding. Walls reduce the soundscape. Cities replace animal movement with traffic movement. Even fear has changed. Many people still live under threat, but it is often social, economic, or institutional rather than environmental in the direct prehistoric sense. The mind adapts to those pressures instead. It becomes expert at reading a different world. This is why the loss is not just sensory, it is existential. Early humans live closer to consequence. A changing wind can alter the day. A missed cue can cost a meal. A wrong turn can become dangerous quickly. A river in flood is not an inconvenience on a commute. It is a barrier with teeth. Reality in that sense presses more directly against decision. Modern societies have achieved one of their greatest triumphs by creating distance between human fragility and environmental force. That distance allows medicine, literacy, engineering, long-term planning, art, and millions of lives that would otherwise be consumed by daily risk. It is a genuine achievement, but every buffer also shifts the relationship between attention and necessity. What no longer matters immediately becomes harder to notice at all. At the same time, modern life produces forms of perception early humans may not have recognized. We read abstract systems. We interpret maps, symbols, clocks, laws, images, statistics, interfaces, and invisible infrastructures. We track schedules rather than stars, markets rather than herds, digital signals rather than scent on wind. These are real cognitive worlds, and they are not trivial. A modern city dweller crossing traffic, navigating transit, reading social cues across crowds, and managing layered symbolic information is not living less intelligently than a Paleolithic tracker. They are living differently. This matters because the goal is not to romanticize the past into purity or condemn the present into numbness. The ancient world demanded one arrangement of attention. The modern world demands another. Each creates strengths and blindnesses together. Still, something about the older arrangement continues to exert a pull. Part of that pull is aesthetic. People travel far to see star-filled skies, unbroken horizons, large animals, deserts after rain, coastlines without buildings, forests deep enough to alter sound. Part of it is psychological. Many report that sustained time outdoors changes their sense of time, sharpens perception, quiets certain forms of noise, and makes the world feel fuller, more present, more detailed. Part of it may be biological, though that word should be used carefully. Human beings evolved in conditions where noticing mattered. A modern managed world often deprives the senses not of stimulation, but of meaningful stimulation. There is endless noise, endless colour, endless signal, yet relatively little that the body truly needs to interpret for survival. Under such conditions, boredom and overload can coexist. The senses are flooded and underused at once. This may help explain the strange hunger that often appears in settled, Technological societies, a desire to recover contact with what feels real. Wilderness travel, long-distance trekking, survival training, open water sailing, hunting, fishing, camping, and other practices are often described not merely as recreation but as reorientation. They force a person to notice light, weather, ground, fatigue, thirst, sound, and distance again. They make consequence legible for a brief time. The world ceases to be mostly mediated and becomes immediate. This is not the return of prehistory, and it can be romanticized too easily, but it reveals something important. The older human mode of attention is still accessible enough to feel like recognition when touched. There may also be darker survivals, sudden fear in darkness, alertness to footsteps behind us, unease at silence where life should be sounding, fascination with fire, visceral awe before storms or eclipses, the instinctive reading of faces in low light, the body's reaction to open heights or hidden movement at the edge of vision. These responses may not be unique to prehistory, but they fit well within the long conditions under which human perception evolved. They are reminders that beneath modern culture, the body still carries older expectations about danger and significance. Scholars still debate how far evolutionary psychology can safely explain complex modern feelings, and the evidence remains incomplete whenever broad claims outrun specific data. But one does not need a speculative theory to recognize that some reactions feel older than the system surrounding them. Memory offers another clue. Modern people often struggle to remember information detached from place and consequence, yet remember routes, rooms, physical tasks, and emotionally charged environments with surprising strength. That pattern may reflect not only habit but deep design. The human mind is unusually good at linking knowledge to movement, image, rhythm, and place. Oral traditions exploit this. So do ritual, architecture, and repeated path use, even in the present. A person can remember an entire city through walking it, a coastline through tides and landmarks, a forest trail through bends and smells, in ways that no flat abstract list can easily replace. This suggests that some ancient relationship between memory and world remains available, though now often neglected. And then there is the hardest part of all, the recognition that some losses are irreversible because the world that called forth them has gone. No amount of skill can restore Mammoth Step in full. No training can bring back Doggerland above the waves. No night trip, however remote, can reproduce a sky for a child raised entirely outside artificial light from birth. No ecological reconstruction can restore the ordinary coexistence of humans with late Pleistocene megafauna across continents. No symbolic effort can fully recover how the first settled people felt the shrinking of their world as fields replaced open uncertainty. The ancient world is not waiting intact behind the modern one. It has been altered, drowned, fragmented, and overwritten too deeply. This is where the question becomes less practical and more philosophical, though still grounded. If our species was shaped in worlds more variable, more dangerous, and more perceptually demanding than the ones many people now inhabit, then modern life may not represent the full expression of what human attention can be. It may represent one highly successful specialization, astonishingly powerful in its own way, but not total. We have gained immense capacities by building a buffered world, and we have also placed parts of ourselves into disuse, not ruin. Disuse. The difference matters, because what is in disuse can sometimes be reawakened, if only partially. That reawakening will never be complete, and perhaps should not be. The goal is not to abandon medicine for exposure or law for instinct, not to pretend that hardship makes people wiser by default, and not to reduce human flourishing to a fantasy of hunter life. The prehistoric world was beautiful, but it was also merciless. It produced attention through danger. It produced memory through necessity. It produced intimacy with the earth because there was no alternative. What it offers us now is not a model to copy, but a contrast sharp enough to reveal what modernity often conceals, that our way of seeing is not inevitable, that the world can be lived at other scales of awareness, and that much of what feels like human nature is actually human adaptation to particular conditions. So the ancient sensory world survives partly as trace, partly as skill, partly as hunger, and partly as warning. It reminds us that people once moved through a reality far less filtered, far less labelled, and far less arranged for comfort than ours. It reminds us that meaning was often found not in escape from the land, but in constant negotiation with it. It reminds us that attention itself can become a survival tool of astonishing refinement. And it reminds us, perhaps most of all, that when the world changes, humans change with it not only in what they build, but in what they are able, willing, and required to notice. From here, only one step remains. The question is no longer whether early humans saw a different world. By now that is clear enough. The final question is how to hold that truth without reducing it either to romance or to data, to widen the lens one last time, and to look at the long story not just as prehistory, but as a meditation on disappearance, survival, memory, and the fragile relationship between people and the worlds that make them. By now the answer has widened beyond the title that first opened the question. Early humans did not merely look out at different scenery, they inhabited another scale of reality. The earth beneath them shifted more visibly. The sky above them was darker, larger, and less interrupted by human light. The animal life around them included giants, predators, absences, and seasonal abundance that altered the emotional weight of every plain, forest, marsh, and valley. Time moved not as digits but as return, delay, hunger, thaw, moonlight, migration, and the body's own endurance. Memory did not sit on shelves or in servers. It lived in elders, in paths, in stories, in repeated camps, in the shape of a tool, in the warning hidden inside a place name, and in the knowledge that forgetting could mean more than embarrassment. It could mean death. That alone would be enough to make their world unlike ours. But the deeper truth is that the difference did not end with climate, coastline, or wildlife. It entered the human mind through use. Reality presses on perception differently when almost everything important is directly encountered. A person who must read wind, darkness, herd behavior, cloud, root, and water in order to live will not experience the same landscape as a person moving through roads, schedules, signs, and stored security. The modern world has not made human beings less intelligent. It has trained intelligence toward different targets. In many ways, those targets are astonishingly complex law, mathematics, writing, architecture, engineering, bureaucracy, digital systems, abstract planning across years as continents. Yet precisely because modern life is so mediated, it often hides from us the fact that for most of human existence, intelligence meant something more immediate. It meant feeling the world press back. The old world, then, was not simply harder. It was denser. Denser with signal, denser with consequence, denser with the constant need to interpret. Modern environments can be crowded with information, but much of it is symbolic, artificial, or optional. Prehistoric environments were crowded in another sense. A silence among birds could matter. A change in hoofprint depth could matter. A different smell in damp air could matter. A delay in animal return could matter. The edge of thaw. The rise of a star. The level of a spring. The direction of smoke. The strange absence of insects at dusk. All of it could carry meaning. To move through such a world was to move through a surface alive with messages. It was also to know that messages could be missed, and that the cost of missing them was real. This is why the question still unsettles. It is not only about the past, it is about the relationship between human beings and the conditions that shape what they can perceive. We like to think of perception as stable, as if eyes simply see, ears simply hear, and minds simply process whatever is in front of them. The prehistoric record suggests something less comfortable and more interesting. It suggests that worlds teach people how to notice them. Change the world, and you change the noticing. Shrink uncertainty, and some forms of awareness recede. Domesticate the landscape, and the horizon loses part of its urgency. Fill nights with artificial light, and the stars cease to organize memory. Externalize history, and the land no longer has to carry it in the same way. Build systems of protection, and the body need not remain as alert to every shift in weather, sound, and movement. None of these changes are false or trivial, but they are changes, and there is a sorrow in that, though it should not be made melodramatic. This sorrow lies not in the idea that modernity is a mistake, because it is not, but in the recognition that every successful human adaptation closes some doors while opening others. When fields replaced wider foraging routes, something was gained and something was narrowed. When villages rose, continuity deepened and horizons contracted. When writing emerged, memory expanded beyond the body. But the body no longer needed to remember the world in quite the same way. When artificial light conquered darkness, safety increased, but the heavens withdrew. When food became packaged and seasons less visible, security improved, but the old intimacy between hunger and timing weakened. The long history of civilization is, in part, the history of humans making the world more livable for themselves by making it less immediate. What remains after such a history is not emptiness, but echo. The ancient world survives in scattered forms. It survives in the skills of people who still live close to land and weather. It survives in the unease modern people feel in true darkness. It survives in the awe that returns under a sky full of stars. It survives in the way memory sharpens around routes walked rather than facts merely read. It survives in myth, in archaeological fragments, in buried coastlines, in pollen trapped under sediment, in the scars on ancient bones, in the chemistry of teeth, in the soot of old hearths, in the footprints that briefly return a vanished motion to the surface of time. Most of all, it survives in the possibility that the human organism is still wider than the modern environments it usually inhabits. That possibility should not be exaggerated into fantasy. Early humans were not magical. They were vulnerable, inventive, frightened, cooperative, observant, and often desperate. They suffered from cold, injury, hunger, grief, conflict, disease, and loss. Many died young, many left no trace. Their world was beautiful, but beauty there was not gentle. It came tied to risk. A plain could feed and expose. A river could guide and drown. Fire could warm and destroy. The stars could orient and overwhelm. Animals could nourish and kill. The old world did not offer meaning freely. It demanded payment in attention, movement, memory, and endurance. That is one reason it shaped people so deeply. It never let them fully forget where they stood. and where they stood was always provisional. That may be the most important truth left by the whole story. The prehistoric world was not a settled stage awaiting human history. It was history already in motion, seas rising, deserts greening and failing, glaciers advancing and retreating, giant species flourishing and vanishing, populations mixing and dispersing, roots opening and closing, stories accumulating and then losing their original ground. Early humans did not simply witness change, they were made by it. Their minds, movements, communities, and memories formed in negotiation with instability. The world was never theirs in the modern possessive sense. It was something they entered carefully, learned partially, and survived inside for as long as knowledge and luck allowed. That recognition makes the final answer both simple and difficult. Yes, early humans saw a different world than us. They saw different animals, different coasts, different skies, different climatic rhythms, and different dangers. But more than that, they saw through habits of attention trained by consequence in ways many modern lives no longer require. Their reality was not merely another environment, it was another relationship between body, memory, time, and earth. The evidence for that relationship is incomplete, scattered, and often frustratingly indirect. Scholars still debate countless details, and they should. No single explanation fully accounts for the full depth of prehistoric experience. Yet the fragments align strongly enough to leave little real doubt. Their world was not ours, and neither was the way of being human inside it. Perhaps that is why the question lingers after the evidence has done its work. It lingers because it reminds us that our own way of seeing is temporary too. The modern world feels normal because it is the one that formed us, just as later settled generations once forgot the scale of what had already been lost. But normal is always local to a moment in history. Our descendants may find parts of our own perception equally narrow, equally artificial, equally strange. They may inherit different skies, different climates, different technologies, different thresholds of attention, and they may wonder what it felt like to live at the edge of our managed age, half buffered from nature and half still haunted by it. If so, then the story of early humans is not only about distance, it is also about humility. It reminds us that human beings are not separate from worlds. They are tuned by them. Alter the landscape, and memory changes. Alter the light, and time changes. Alter risk, and attention changes. Alter food, movement, animals, and sky. And even the ordinary feel of reality shifts with them. Prehistory matters because it exposes this truth in its most dramatic form. It shows the species before many of its buffers. It shows humanity not at the beginning of simplicity, but in the middle of immense complexity that later comfort would partly conceal. And so the long arc closes where it began, in a landscape that no longer exists as it once did, under a sky still holding the same stars. A human figure moves through cold grass or wet woodland, or the edge of a drowned plain that has not yet drowned. Nothing announces that this world will vanish, or that the way of noticing it will thin and change across thousands of years. To that person, the wind is not history, the track is not archaeology, the horizon is not theory, it is simply life, present and demanding. Yet from the great distance of our own age, that life appears almost impossibly vivid. Not because it was simpler, but because so much of what mattered in it still came directly from the earth. And perhaps that is the clearest final image to leave behind. Human beings, before the long shelter of civilization closed around them, standing not outside nature and not above it, but inside a world so large, unstable, and alive that every day required them to see more of it than most of us ever will. Word count 1812. Awaiting continue Jan Suingi Trongwai Giai. The strangest part of the story is not only that those worlds are gone, it is that they were once ordinary. The drowned plains, the colder grasslands, the green deserts, the long migrations under dark untouched skies, the nearness of giant animals, the silence that could warn of danger, the memory of a route carried in bodies instead of books, all of it was simply life to the people who lived it. They did not know they stood inside a lost earth. They did not know future ages would try to reconstruct their days from pollen, bone, and broken stone. They only knew the weather turning, the need to move, the signs that mattered, the people beside them, and the fragile thread of knowledge that made another season possible. That may be why the past feels so haunting when we approach it closely. Not because it is unreachable, but because it was once immediate. What is now mysterious to us was once practical to someone else. A shoreline now buried beneath cold water was once crossed without ceremony. A valley now empty once held tracks, smoke, warning, and return. A sky that modern people travel great distances just to glimpse was once the ordinary ceiling of every night. The world early humans saw was not magical. It was simply less hidden. And perhaps that is what remains with us after all the evidence, all the reconstructions, all the careful distinctions between what is known and what must be inferred, the sense that human beings are shaped by the realities they cannot ignore. Early humans were shaped by wind, darkness, hunger, animal movement, unstable ground, remembered paths, and the long patience of the seasons. We are shaped by other things, now systems, symbols, schedules, technology, noise, light. But the older inheritance has not vanished completely. It lingers in the unease of true darkness, in the calm that can arrive under an open sky, in the body's quiet recognition of weather before thought catches up, in the way a place walked many times becomes part of memory more deeply than a place only seen on a screen. The ancient world will not return, at least not in the form that made it theirs. The mammoth steppe is gone. The lost coasts remain under water. The sky itself has changed for us, not in the stars, but in how rarely we let them matter. Still, the story leaves behind a useful kind of humility. It reminds us that our own world is not the final or natural version of human life. It is only one arrangement among many, and like all the others before it, it is temporary. Somewhere in that recognition is a quieter truth. The earth has always been changing. Human beings have always been learning how to see inside the change, and every vanished world leaves behind not only ruins, but a different answer to what it once meant to be alive.